Don't stop.
Let me explain something.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another Thirsty Therapy. We're happy to see you. Sorry, forgive me, I'm a little distracted. The mic is just jiggling as I sit here. I'm trying not to move too much because it's a little distracting. John, how are you?
I'm about to feel really well. I just sipped some Fernet.
Nice.
Always soothes the stomach. That's my go-to medicine.
That's good medicine. That's how it started.
Doctor prescribed.
Right. That's how they got away with keeping things like that around during Prohibition. Doctors always said back then it was the best way to get people to take their medicine. So they on purpose used alcohol to make it basically pull their botanicals out that they needed. They could have used sugar or glycerin, but yeah, alcohol was way more stable and never really goes bad, so I can't say that I blame them for their technique. That's why I like bitters. I like this. Oh, please, go ahead.
And another great thing about today that puts me in a good mood is it's sunny out.
It's gorgeous.
We don't get a ton of sunlight here in the Pacific Northwest, so that's always a treat. And also thanks, but also curses to daylight savings time.
Right. I hear that we're almost supposed to be done with it. So
I hope this is the last time we make the change. Yeah, this is stupid.
Yeah.
But it's bright out at 6 p.m. our time, so that's nice. I'll take it.
Right. It gave us some new challenges to do for as far as lighting and everything else goes.
Yeah, I had to close my blinds.
Right.
That's how you can tell I'm a true Portlander. What is that burning ball in the sky? Shut my blinds.
Right. Well, before we get to that, we've got to talk about why we can see your blinds tonight. But before we get to that, I have to add a note to your sunny day. Is in true Portland fashion, though, in my house, it was hailing for 40 minutes straight. So we had a good solid blanket of hail on the ground covering.
That sounds like Portland.
In between the sunny parts of the day. So yeah, it was pretty awesome. So now let's talk about this new view and what we get to see now.
Oh snap! What?
We're seeing.
We have you got multiple camera angles on your end.
Oh yeah. Right here. Before Bree breaks the tripod, I need to help her out. Speaking of those multiple camera angles.
Oh, I've got a second angle too. Whoa.
We got hands in, John. I love it. You could even turn your camera a little bit more towards you even. Just a smidge. You do it?
Okay. Hold on.
There you go. Perfect. Oh my gosh.
Just bleeding edge, new technology, people.
Love it.
Remember I told you that story about that camera that I forgot was on back order for 4 months?
Yeah, I remember.
I canceled the order, found it on Target, got it in 2 days.
Go fucking figure, right? I hear John
Yeah.
repeated. Do you hear him too? Okay.
I don't know.
No big deal. That happened a couple streams ago and I got used to it. I was just wondering.
Okay.
I heard you just repeated a few second delays, John, but I also hear you crystal clear in real time. So it's very... Oh, I can hear myself now that I'm saying it too. So it's a full feedback.
It's the Twitch stream that you're hearing.
We got so many streams going
I know.
between our Skype and our Twitch and everything else. I love it. Are you, John, are you excited about all the different cocktails we have for today? I just got the booze alone up, and I'm intrigued. I don't know if Bree can get it in the shot or not, but let's try.
We can't even see the bar. They can't see. We even set up our cameras.
Oh,
It's totally cool, but what do you want to see?
for the
The turntable, anyway?
Yeah, go
Yeah.
for it.
how high up are we on this one?
Pretty high.
Pretty high.
Yeah.
I can adjust that.
We can address it. And then...
Look at, I can crawl through. John, don't get scared. I'm gonna crawl through your TV
All right.
right now through
No.
your monitor.
No.
Sorry, we're having problems with camera angles right now.
I don't know. I got a little wiggle. That might be too
For
low.
everyone. For the
John, how's it looking?
That's good for the turntable. Yeah. Okay, we can see a little bit of the bar now. Yeah.
yeah.
Let's see Pikachu.
Alright, we're going back to your face now.
Okay. Don't
Ready.
do that for too long. You'll scare everybody.
Thanks everyone. We appreciate your patience.
Right? Thanks for your patience. All right, so we were just talking
Billy,
about
yes, I am excited for tonight's drinks. We've got a special theme going on tonight.
we do.
You
We
want
got
to
PDT.
tell everybody what we're doing tonight? This new
Yeah,
format?
tonight. Well, we're gonna launch our new format where we are featuring a cocktail program, one cocktail program a week or a broadcast. Tonight's is PDT out of New York. The book was written by Jim Meehan, and he's actually here in Portland, I think, opening a new bar as we speak. He's got a really, really great... The Meehan Bartender's Manual is another great cocktail book that he's written that I enjoy. But yeah, tonight we're doing PDT. John gets to pick one. Whenever we feature a program, John goes through the book and he picks one that he likes. I pick one that intrigues me. And then we have one of our regulars who also gets to pick and give us one of their choices in it. And it can be whether they like it, maybe they've never tried it before and it's just strange and they like the sound of the ingredients, or maybe it sounds awful and they just want to see John and I have to drink it. That's all right. Either way, we're going to make it, we're going to try it, we're going to tell you about them, and we might not like them all, we might love them all. It's kind of the fun of it is that we get to share in the experience with all of you. So thank you all for tuning in. John, what are you most excited about with this new format moving forward for certain days? We're not going to do this for every show, but
Yeah, it's stepping me out of my comfort zone. There are a lot of ingredients I wasn't familiar with. Some ratios that I hadn't tried. Sometimes some of these books go way back in time. PDT, this book was published in 2011, so it's pretty modern, and the bar itself was founded was opened in 2007, so it's the modern cocktail renaissance era. But we're going to be looking at some books that dig into things that were published hundreds of years ago, and you mentioned this on the stream before, Billy. Some odd units of measure and odd ratios.
yeah, really odd units of measure and odd ratios. A lot of the units of measure were done in wine glasses for Jerry Thomas' time.
Right, wine glass is a
early
unit of
1800s.
measure.
Right. They were considerably a lot smaller than what we're thinking about nowadays, but
Right. So this book is pretty representative today, but it just goes to show you this whole format that there are many styles. It's not just one style that like the one that we've explored here thus far on Thirsty Therapy.
yeah, and we want everybody to go ahead and follow along with us. We're putting them out there on the website and on our Twitch page far ahead of time so that everybody can go ahead and follow along with us. We're going to get that out even further, especially when it comes to having more help from all of our viewers choose. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. In the meantime, we want everybody to join in. Take a look at some of these books, see what they have to offer. See if there's something that you like. We can talk about it here on the chat. And if it comes up to be one of your turns, we hope that you can find a fun something to explore to tell us a little bit more about yourself. Because it's nice to have everybody tune in on a weekly basis and really show us that sense of community, and we want to be able to give back to everybody and have a little piece of you on the show too. So if that means you get to pick one of our cocktails for that week, how rad is that?
Yeah,
At least that geeks me out, right, John?
I like it.
Good.
Before we dive in, what is the significance of this PDT book? Why do I see this all over the place?
It is, it was kind of one of the most comprehensive manuals written in a long time, I think. They went over a lot of things like bar setup. It's some drink history, but mainly it's how to set up a clean and efficient bar, things that you want to think about to help with that efficiency and help with streamlining, to make better concept for your guests. They basically broke down exactly how they succeeded in creating a space that was also quiet and safe and chill for everybody to be able to come in and feel like they set out some cool rules. I don't know if you ever saw that, John. Certain things like you can text all you want, but you can't make phone calls or take phone calls when you're in there, and like keep your voice down. Everybody's there to have a good time.
Yeah, and without me having to go to this bar in New York City, I can just pick up the book and know these rules. Like they're kind of open sourcing all their knowledge and what it feels like to be there. Without normally that would be like so secretive, like, oh no, you have to come visit us, you have to come pay, right?
Yeah, but it's nice that they're
patron.
giving that out, and I think it's because they want to see a little bit more of a better atmosphere created for people. We have been
they're leveling up the whole bartender world,
right, and we've been elevating from where I started 2 decades ago till now. Like we've really been elevating the game. We're not just pucker and decipers to make all of our flavors. Now I still use decipher for certain things if I need it, but back in the day that was the only way you were getting flavor, and things were sickening sweet. And like I've told John,
what was that ingredient?
decipher is a flavor like this one's blue curacao. It's just a company. Let's see. Monarch is a little more local company.
Oh.
They make triple sec and different things like that.
Yeah, I recognize that bottle now. Okay, but can you put it on the turntable?
Oh, we have.
Did they make?
I've seen that. I've seen that before. Okay.
Pucker was made, I think, by the same company.
That's what I thought too.
But like apple puff, man, it was apple. When apple martinis, you were throwing like either they had Van Gogh apple flavored vodka, but you were still throwing in like either Kuiper's green apple or green apple pucker to like add that, like a splash of cranberry. Yeah, like that's where it was. So we have changed it, elevated it. So it's cool to see that they put everything out there to help guide people into doing it a little more, knowing that you can set standards and that your guests will adapt to them. I think that's important because a lot of times everybody who's been out there and anybody who's worked with me, we've all sat there and watched like guests come in that have never been there for the first time and start moving furniture around, and you're like, wait, is this your house? Like, what do you mean you just cut? Like, so it's one of those things that like set the standards. We're doing this because it's important for everybody to enjoy themselves, not just you. Everyone around you needs to be able to have an equally nice good time, not just your good time. So I like that. It just makes it easier when you have standards set ahead of time. I think that we're going to have to see a lot more of that moving into our world, especially within our restaurant system. One of the first things I thought of with all of us being able to start going back sooner than later is what kind of systems are going to be set in place, or me asking the questions on what sort of how am I empowered by the place that I work for to be able to stop and control a situation and stop a situation where we have patrons that are being openly rude and racist. Like this happens a lot with places, and we just have to, like, we've been taught that we just have to like kind of take it, and there's not much we can do about it, and if we get upset or get mad or call somebody out, we get fired for it, and we need the job and we need the money. So most of us are in it, and most people that are in that position can't really do much about it, and I think patrons know that and they take advantage of that, the not so nice ones. So I think moving forward we're going to have to start looking at like how we set standards to protect each other and our coworkers, and just make it clear, clear lines for people. Everybody wants to behave well, especially if you let them know how to behave well in your situation. Yeah,
you're giving me an idea, like especially with the Amazon reading list right now. Right, the popular books, the last 12 months, how to be anti-racist, for example. Emotional intelligence is coming up a lot more in the top 10 books. Maybe we need one for bartending or restauranting. We've open sourced the ingredients, how to set up the bar, but
Right.
talk about the social nature. That's interesting.
It's funny you said that, John. I had somebody approach me when we met when I was at a Furi, asking me. He had this great idea. He goes, "If I ever open a restaurant in Bali, I'm going to have you come train all of my staff because I've never had anybody actually like care, connect. No matter who it is, I've been in here." And no matter who sits down at this bar, no matter what they look like, you treat every single person the exact same way, and you want that person to have the best time before they go.
Yeah.
And I want you to teach people that. And I'm like, unfortunately, I don't know how. Maybe I can't. But now moving forward, I want to have some sort of. I want to be able to help our industry move forward and smartly and intelligently and be able to like stop things like that. You know what I mean? I don't always handle it right within the situations. I've had somebody say something right to myself and Patrick, John, who you know, and we were both kind of dumbfounded. And you run this line of being like either so angry or pretend like you're not affected. And at one point we just were like, yeah, we're done talking to you. You need to finish your drink and go. Like, and that was it. And to this woman, and she was shocked. And I was just like, I can't, I'm walking away. I can't even hear any more of this. But I'd like there to be some like standards to just kind of call people out and be like, hey, maybe you were just trying to be funny and you didn't realize how rude this was. But this is how it's coming across. This is what's going on. I need you to either apologize to this person and not do that again, or you need to get up and leave right now. I think that things like that need to be as clear cut and clear drawn and like that easy. But that takes a lot of emotional intelligence. That takes a lot of support from the entire business from the ground up. And then you have to be able. I think people will live up to those standards. But you have to be willing to stand up to the bullshit and the yelling that loud, ignorant people want to throw out there after it initially shocks people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But what's the worst? I mean, what the worst is you get angry and violent. You know what I mean? So like that's on my side. So it's like this. You're trying to defuse the situation and also like let that person know like that's just not kind of cool. We're not gonna like. Maybe we won't throw you out in front of everybody like right now. Do you realize that that's how it's coming across? Are you trying to be funny for your friends? Like, do you realize you're being an asshole? If not, just apologize. And if you are, get the fuck out. Like.
Yes, I wish that could be taught. Dealing with that. I think suffice to say, most people do not know. Whether you've been in the service industry a long time or whether you've been a guest a long time.
Right.
I wish you could train this in everyone, Billy.
You know what's funny though, John? Even when
I wish you could come to my restaurant in Bali and train.
right? Hey, I'll be there. You open a restaurant in Bali, I will be there tomorrow. I'd love to. Call me anybody. But no, I wish that could be trained as well. I don't know. We'll see moving forward, and I definitely think though that things just need to be clearer and people need to be supported a little bit more in moving forward. I think a lot of things that people want to say they weren't aware of, no one can deny anymore. So now we need to.
I think you need to normalize calling people out in general.
Right.
We just need to normalize, like, hey, no, this isn't cool.
Hey, that's not cool.
Stop.
Just stop doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, just stop. And, like, not attacking you, just stop.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Right, and that's just how it is. Because it could be, yeah. I think that challenges. It doesn't instantly mean that you're willing to fight somebody right away.
No.
You're just trying to be like, hey, I think you're dumb.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that being said, this particular book, outside of that, John, gave us a lot and gave bartenders a lot of ideas on how they built cocktails around familiar ideas, adding twists to it, which makes perfect sense considering you had the first pick for tonight.
Yes. I would say all three of our picks are...
That's true.
They're familiar, but quite different. Like, these are not on any classics lists.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, so shall we dive in?
Let's dive in. I'm cavelling.
Before we can talk about the first two drinks, we had to do some prep. We had to make PDT's house ginger beer.
Yeah, let's pull that up.
Which is used in both the Mezcal Mule and the French Maid. And I have a story about that.
John's got a good story.
We prepped that ahead of time. I checked out, I did not own PDT, so I checked out mine from the library. And Billy, your copy and mine were identical, except for the one page that we noticed.
So
the
far
one
that we
page
know of,
that
yeah.
lists the ginger beer recipe.
Right.
So I said, ginger beer recipe, I got this, and the recipe in my book yielded 10 cups, about 80 ounces of, what turned out to be more like ginger water,
Right.
not really ginger beer. The ratio was essentially 10 to 1 water to ginger, which, it's a very light ginger drink. Here's my ginger syrup that we've used on past streams, and this is more, 2 to 1 water to ginger, plus sugar. And I just said, okay, well, PDT, you know the deal. So I followed the instructions, and then we looked in your book, and your book, the page is completely different.
Right. Wait, lead with the fact that you knew, though, you knew, you had enough instinct to know that there was something. You were just like, I've never had a lengthener that was so, like, kind of not very strong. Is it just meant to lengthen out the flavor?
Yeah, almost every ingredient, I haven't worked behind a bar professionally, but every ingredient we've used on the show is very strong flavor, except for soda, which provides carbonation, so at least that's significant. This doesn't have any carbonation, it just tastes like water.
Right, with a little bite of ginger in the background. I gotta give it that.
Hint of ginger. And I said, that's odd, right? Why wouldn't you just put something like if you wanted to lengthen the drink and you're making these drinks fast, is it that much effort to pour some strong ginger syrup and some water and mix it at creation time rather than batch it in 80 ounces in advance?
It's a lot to commit to, too. 80 ounces.
So I think I have some sort of typo version of this book, because your book has the same recipe, but in a, what is it, 2 to 1?
Yeah, mine's
ratio.
4 to. It's a 1 cup to 24 ounces of water, so it's 4 to 1.
Yeah, so it's on the screen, so don't use 80 ounces of water. If you have that version of the book, find another version of the book.
Right.
Because I bet 24 ounces to 1 cup of ginger is going to be a lot better. Also, the sugar and lime juice contents were slightly different. Close, but still different.
Right. And
so the correct versions are listed on the screen. Do not follow the no versions.
Right. That's what it was. So I drank some, and I was like, all right, maybe it is supposed to be a lengthener. And I made the cocktail just to test this out, because you were like, try it. And I was like, yeah, he's right. Also, by the way, I have to mention, we have to toss this tonight, too, because there's not enough like sugar or citric acid or anything else to really make it last for another night either, because it's basically a higher.
So this 10 cups that I made is only good for one night.
It's like good for like 3 days. Yeah, that's it, because it's mainly water, right? If you think about it, there's almost no sugar, there's almost no lime juice in it, and the ginger is gonna give it a little bit, but not a lot.
So what are we doing instead?
So
since we have this bunk product that we have to get rid of.
We're gonna use it, but we're just gonna bump it up with the same ginger. So I'm glad that you got both bottles out. And when we did it, I tested it out with the actual cocktail and added just a little bit more ginger. Also realized too that we're not using the same kind of puree. I made this particular puree for us. just closer to like the beginnings of a sorbet. For the one that we're using for the passion fruit that we're going to be using a little bit later. I don't know why I brought that up. Anyway, I was just thinking about how we had to like lengthen out flavors. Or no, we're using a passion fruit sorbet right now. We're not using it later.
It's been fun to follow the, how much do we honor these books, recipes, and the methods? Yeah, this has been fun. It's a challenge.
Right, we need to add just a little bit more to like make up for these things, but it's a delicious cocktail, and we're gonna get there in the end. That's the most important part. So let's start. Are you ready?
So infuse. So we've got our lightly ginger infused water and our ginger syrup to boost it up, and with that we can make the next two drinks.
Yeah.
So, with no further ado, my first choice, the Mezcal Mule.
Here we go.
Which I chose because the author Jim Meehan identified it as one of his most formative drinks during his time at PDT. And it's a riff on a Moscow Mule, which is a very popular drink that I think a lot of people know. And thought it'd be fun. Oh, and there's cucumber in it. We haven't used cucumber on the show.
Yeah, not yet. It's awesome.
Let's go.
And it really balances out the mezcal. Anyway, I won't say it now. I forgot. See how I am? I'm getting ahead of the game. I forgot that we were supposed to talk about it only on the air. So, do you want to start with that then, John? I don't. Let's see. Should we go right off the book? And go mezcal? But actually, that's the way. Let's build it kind of the way they were talking about in the book, though. How about that? Oh, you know what I forgot? We grabbed the agave nectar. It's actually right there on the bar. You got yours too, John? Do you have nectar or did you make syrup?
Those are different?
Yes. But that's okay. I didn't either. I'm using full strength and just cheating as well. And
what's the difference?
Well, the difference is, so PDT's is a 1-to-1 for their agave syrup. So 1 part agave to 1 part water. We're just going to add, and then they call for a ½ ounce. We're just going to put a 1/4 ounce of, you and I have both the exact same thing, full strength agave nectar. It's not super thick, so I'm not really worried about it not having enough water content. Also, not to mention, we're still using the extra watered version of the ginger beer. So that's gonna work this out. The ratios will work out still. Does that make sense, Sean?
So for people at home, follow what's on the screen. For us, we may tweak it a little bit, you and me, based on
exactly. Especially if at home you have like real passion fruit puree. Wow, I can't. I've definitely had enough tequila. That's weird. But enough if you don't have passion fruit puree or the house ginger beer. Obviously, there's tweaks that you can make to follow along with all of us. But let's start with the first thing, and that is we're going to do cucumber slices first because we got to muddle them a little bit. And if anybody who knows me well enough knows that this is unique for me. Oh my god, that's awesome. I have my fan fall in. Because most of the time I don't actually end up I don't like muddling as far as a practice in Bree's dying over here, I love it. I don't like muddling as far as a practice necessarily behind a bar, because half the time you can squeeze a lime wedge and then shake it up and you're going to release the same oils. Mint, most of the time you don't need to really press out a lot of the oils, because if you think about it, as soon as you shake it with those shards of ice crystals, you're tearing it, just completely pulverizing it. So it's slightly redundant to have to do that, especially when you're in a restaurant setting and we're having to make a lot of drinks really, really fast, or a bar setting. But in this particular one...
All right, putting Billy out of his comfort zone.
In this particular one, I'm with it because the cucumber won't break up enough, just with the ice shards. So let's it calls for...
Okay, so we need 4 slices, 1 for garnish.
4 slices, 1 for
according to the
garnish.
book.
I'm going to save one of those ones for garnish. I get 3 slices are going into the can, or into your smaller half of your shaker. John, I could not find my regular big, huge muddler, so I'm using one of the ones I made for one of our thirsty therapy kits that went out. It's still gonna work just great though. I'm excited. Although it's not as cool as that huge bottom of yours, of the one you have. So everybody, we're trying to get a little bit of that flavor out. You're trying to push down mainly, less worry about muddling inside that cucumber. All that's soft enough. You're mainly trying to break down some of the skin to get a little bit of that bitterness and a little bit of that extra part of the flavor out of it, and then a little bit of the edges. So you have some of its juice and that water coming out. As soon as that's ready, we're going to go back to like we normally do, John, and we're going to do our non-alcohol ingredients. Did you get yours all muddled up yet?
It's still working.
Yes. And look, now you can see what I'm doing. You can say, stop.
Right?
No.
Too much. Let's go with our passion fruit puree. And like I said, I made this one. I couldn't find perfect puree. Most of those are subscription and it's crazy expensive. I think I found them on eBay for like $190 for like a 120-ounce container of.
What? Why is that so hard to get here? Is it just not in season?
These are like subscription services. Let's see, I haven't used a puree company since we used Perfect Puree at Bamboo Sushi. But this is frozen passion fruit with just a little bit of orange juice. And it's basically the set to make 4 ounces of orange juice and 10 ounces of passion fruit. Blended up and then strained through a fine mesh strainer. It's going to give us all of our flavor that we need. Just not the same thickness. It's just not, not the same pulp and all that. John's hands. We're going back to John's hands. Sorry. I like the way that sounds, John. All right, so we're going to do...
How much of this are we doing?
So I think that we need to have... total for us, we're going to do 1.25. So we're going to start with the 75, or the 0.75 that it's calling for.
Okay.
And drop that in, and then we're going to just do another ½ ounce more to get 1.25. And again, that's just so it's not lost, because it really, really balances well with everything else. John, remind me too, before we shake this, we're going to have to add just a little bit of garnish to, or a little bit of prettiness to our glass before we shake it up with ice. So don't let me forget.
Okay.
All right. Okay,
What's
so we got our
next?
passion fruit. Let's do our agave syrup. Lucky you, you have your 0.25 right in your standard jigger. So you can rinse it out with everything else. Me, I'm just going to use, it's the only thing I'm going to use this jigger for tonight. All right. So we got our agave in, we have our cucumber, we have our passion fruit. We're going to do our lime juice next, then we'll do our ginger beer. So lime, 0.75. Oh my god, I just
Juice
did
of lime.
Oh no, I did do lime. I was like, I just did lemon. No, I did. Alright, so we got all our fun little ginger. Alright, John, we're going to do your ginger, your 10-to-1 ratio ginger beer. We'll do a full ounce of that like it
The
calls
best
for.
stuff on the planet.
Right? And then, I lied. I'm going to use my 1/4 ounce again, Jigger, because I'm going to do a 1/4 ounce now, John, of the regular ginger,
The good.
the strong, spicy ginger.
The mediocre stuff. The strong.
The strong stuff. It's really good. Again, this one's John's. He and I still have 2 different ways of doing this that we both use. depending on the day, or depending on the drink. His is done with a little bit of water, a little bit of hot water, and ginger blended up, strained out, and then a little sugar added to it. I do juicing the ginger juice with the centrifuge juicer, and then adding sugar directly to that as well. They're both nice and strong and spicy. One just kind of peel the paint off stuff. All right, John. So I got a 1/4 ounce in. I got the regular house ginger beer that you made in. What else do we need? We need mezcal, right? Hello, the Judy. What kind of ginger beer? Hey, we had. Can you expand that, or would it collapse the other one? The house ginger beer we made was from PDT, and it was basically just a quick made. Any kind of ginger beer that you can get will work, but there are the ratios. It should be 24 ounces of water, a cup of finely minced ginger, and then you add a little bit of brown sugar and lime juice after you basically wring out all the oils from the ginger after you boil them with some hot water.
Oh, like bottled ginger beer work?
Yeah. I mean, it's not going to be as strong, but the ginger isn't like the strongest flavor in this. The mezcal is like, so yeah, you'll be okay, especially if you have like a Blenheim, something with a nice spice to it, and something strong. John, you got a favorite ginger beer commercial? Ginger beer?
Gosling's, honestly.
Really?
It mixes well.
I don't think I've tried that.
I just pictured John doing a ginger beer commercial when you said
Yeah,
us,
yeah.
John.
That's why I had to pop like.
John put his
Okay, so we're on to mezcal now.
Yeah, mezcal, and you have sombra. John actually got you were out, so you got the mezcal that was called for this particular from Oaxaca. And we're gonna do 1.5 ounces of this. I'm using Union because I still have some of it. This is one that John and I were both sharing before. Yeah, it's a really good one. It's a nice, mild, middle of the road, not too smoky. John, I hear yours is has a little more oomph to it.
We've got some ginger beer suggestions
Yeah.
in the comments.
Ooh.
You know, have you heard of
Thanks, Yoshi.
Belfast and Royalty?
Royalty, no. I haven't heard of
I don't know
either
if
one of
Belfast
those.
is like a brand or like from Belfast.
Ooh, maybe it's from Belfast. All right, spinning. All right,
Welcome in. Welcome in. Long time.
nice to have you back. All right, so we got everything. Oh, we need one more thing. Did you get your chili powder?
Yeah, is that we're throwing that in here? Is that to garnish?
Well, we're supposed to put a little bit to garnish, but I think we should throw just a little tiny pinch in. And I'm using tahini because I actually do have regular chili powder, but this is what I used to take pictures with the other day, or today. The picture that I put out. So I'm just going to use a little bit of this. It's got lime and a little bit of salt added to it, essentially. Bree's happy about that.
All right, so a pinch of that.
Pinch of that. And I'd say I like big, healthy pinches. I'm going to go something like... Turnable?
There you're on.
I just got chili powder from the
What's
spice
your
rack.
pinch?
That's my pinch.
Okay.
Might be a little bit bigger. Might be 2 pinches,
Fancy
depending on
tahini
how
business.
Fancy and tahini, that's an awesome combination. I don't think they were quite like relative to each other. I've never heard fancy and tahini all in the same sentence. Let's get our glassware ready first, though, before we add our ice and do this. So
Yeah, you said you had something special there.
we do. Let's do something fun. You already got a lime cut up, right? I'm gonna take a slice off of mine real fast, and I'm not gonna do much to it. I just want to get a little 1/8 wedge down, so that I can get a little bit of juice just to get the tahini to stick. John, you have, and I wanted to show everybody, this is a deli cup lid. I'm sure everybody's had one of these. If you work in a restaurant, you have them at your house. If you have ever got takeout, especially for like pho or ramen, you have one of these. These are fantastic to get a little bit of garnish on. Basically, like to salt a rim. It's nice and shallow, but you can still control where everything goes. And John, I'm going to just pour a bunch of tahini in, and then I'm going to try and make a little shape with my fingers.
Can you move it a little closer to you?
What should I use?
Do you have one of these deli cups? A deli cup lid?
No, I mean, I don't have tahini.
You have your chili powder though, right?
Yeah? You want me to use that?
Yeah, for sure.
Really move it a little closer to you.
Let's see.
There you go.
Thanks. What should we do? Do strips. I got kind of a parallelogram here, but I'm good with that. And I'm actually going to just rub my lime on the outside of my glass right up to the lip of the glass. I'm just making a line because I'm going to put a couple of these on my glass. And then I'm just going to gently push it down into the tahini or salt, whichever you want to do. Nice line. I like to give everybody an option to control where they take their sips. One of my favorite things is to get a lick and then have one without it. Have another sip without any spice or anything like that.
Could John put a little salt in with his chili powder?
He could. John, if you want to, it might taste great, especially with the passion fruit, if you want to try it. But you certainly don't have to. And just gently pat it down. That's why it helps to keep brushing it back and get it fluffy again. Just gonna get a couple more, one more line on ours, just to make it look fun and weird.
Are you giving it lines? Stripes?
Yeah. It's like the Tony the Tiger of all cocktails. Alright. Perfect.
So the lime you're doing just up and down the one part of the glass, kind of like in your Instagram?
Yeah, I'm...
Hold them, wait, show them. Hold
Here,
it up to
I'll
us.
hold it right here. So I did down the edges. John, why don't you do something, do whatever you want. You don't have to do it this way either. You could do one half of your glass and see how that would look amazing actually. Like one whole side or the whole rim or, yeah. Make sure you do a quick mix up with your fingers first before you actually set your chili in it. Yeah, exactly what you're doing. Make sure chili up and their salt a little together first. Nice. Here's your Rorschach. That's even better.
Love it.
And then,
Love it. I can see your hands finally.
yeah. See how wrong I've been doing it all these months.
No, I just can't. It always just cuts off, so it's fun for me to. Like, I know he's doing something over there. That looks cool.
Our viewers get to see too.
Well,
Ooh, you're right,
How do I get
Yoshi.
this other
Tahini
part of the
over
glass?
fresh cut fruit is where it's at. Watermelon and mango, I cannot get enough of.
We're going big in on your hands, so
No pressure.
pressure.
what's that? What was that?
Zoomed in on your hands, big on your hands. She said,
Oh, yeah.
No pressure.
I can't really fit. Was I supposed to use the inside of the lid?
Yeah,
Maybe
you're
that's my
doing great. That
Yeah.
it won't fit.
The glass won't fit on my line.
Hmm.
Maybe I should have done what you, let's see. How about this? Just do the half like you said.
Nice.
Okay. Wish we could have gotten a little bit more, but having fun.
Yeah.
Looks good. We'll just have to get a new tray for garnishes when we do things like this. Now that we know that they're a little bit smaller for the glasses. Practice, everybody. If anyone has any suggestions out there, although I'm thinking of a cool little Pyrex thing could work really well for you, John. Little Pyrex glass dish, like the little ones we have.
Shallow one.
Yeah. Because it's small,
Right.
you could even fit Colin's glasses in it. See if we can find
Yeah, it's a little uneven.
Well, here's the best part. Before you do anything to it, you can trim it down and make it prettier right now. If you want to make it like a nice triangle or even it out, before you put your glass in, you just can slide your fingers and make sure you gotta have attention to detail because you're gonna pull it along and make sure it's one long stroke each way when you do it. If you want to, don't feel like you have to. But there's always times, especially that shot that I took today, I had to clean that up. And I used oil for that, John, and not lime juice. Because that will make it stick for a picture even after it starts
Commercial drink.
condensation. I almost said condescending. When your drink starts condescending you, it's it's time to stop drinking. Is what time it is.
I remember, like, specifically as a kid or learning about when they like film commercials for like food or take pictures of food, but it's like all not real food, and they like, it's like shiny and they like add oil to it.
Whipped cream. I just saw a lady the other day on Instagram too. Like, she did a bunch of stuff with like whipped cream, and she's like, "Do you think I should eat this now that I'm done?" She's like, "Hell no!" And it was like shaving cream and like something else and like a little bar of soap to make it all look like it was like strawberry shortcake. I was like, get the fuck out of here, that's awesome. So it made me think about that for sometimes, John, when I made these like whipped drinks, or you remember that fish out of water cocktail that I posted on Instagram? Super fun, but it died, the whipped cream was dyed so fast on it. Also, it was vegan, so that it didn't have like the same fat structures. All right, anyway, back to drinking. We gotta have, John, that's a very nice V there, sir.
Thanks.
I feel like if Eddie Monster was about to come over to your house for a cocktail, that would be his. It's just like the perfect. I remember the perfect little Eddie Monster V. Like it's formative. I like it. All right, let's do ice. You ready?
Let's do this.
Now we can see John leave. We knew he was getting ice the whole time, and now we can actually see him in action.
Now I can't escape over here to go snack.
Right. Ooh, mashed potatoes for ice cream.
It melts.
That's, same thing. That makes perfect sense. I'm going to start shaking only because I put my ice in. And we're going to do a 30-second hard shake for this one. Or 20-second hard shake. Okay. We'll see. Oh, mine's ready. All right. I really liked how this one smelled last night. In fact, I even rinsed the shakers like an hour and a half later and was like, oh, maybe I should make another one. But I did not have enough mezcal to make that party keep going. Maybe tonight.
I would have had another one.
You would have had another one. All right, so
Is this on the rocks?
This is supposed to be on the rocks. I have a few rocks right here. I was very, I slacked in my fancy rock making, John. So I only have 3, and I'm saving them for a later cocktail because I need it for the volume of the glass that we're using. Does that make sense? I said that really fast.
I don't think it was that fast.
All right.
Sounds like you need a drink.
You don't think I need a drink?
It sounds like he's doing it.
No.
Sounds like you need a drink.
Hey.
Back a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. What do you think, everybody? It turned out great. Now we need to get one more little cucumber in here. Oh, I gotta go with this theme. And taking a cucumber wheel for garnish, like John mentioned a little bit earlier. I'm gonna move this over. This glass here. And I'm going to make sure that I cut a little wedge out of my cucumber for 2 reasons. Not just a slice, it's still just a cylindrical object, so it's going to have to like turn and twist just a little bit. So you want to take a little tiny notch a triangular notch. If you can make it a little bit wider, even better. Right, something like that. Makes a significant difference, and you're still going to want to push it down into the soft middle, but just so don't cut all the way to that middle because it could split your cucumber. Look at that. Just rests. It rests like an eagle on a branch.
I'm gonna stick it on the spinner.
Oh yeah, let's put it on the spinner. All right, books. Got lots of fun booze tonight, John. Holy moly!
Yeah, I need to see this this cucumber game.
Oh yeah.
All right, you want me to do it again? Here, the cock.
Oh, those lines are cool.
Thanks. All right, there we go. I still had to shove it down. I mean, you're gonna have to work with the life of the cucumber itself. Did you get a slice in it, John? Nice. That looks awesome.
I did.
Fantastic.
Wait, how can you see? How can you see it, but the people can't see?
Oh yeah. I don't have
Oh yeah.
I don't have a PMP.
We have to do we'll have to do
We need another scene,
a
John.
new scene with hands cam to hands cam.
All right, now we're going to John's. Oh wait.
Ah, right,
All right, I'm going.
right.
Yeah. What is eating?
Okay.
Don't forget to eat your cucumbers. Test them. Make sure they're not
That
poisonous.
looks good, John.
Looks awesome.
Thanks.
All right, John,
All right then.
you get the first taste. Everybody can watch mine if they want. We're just gonna watch you taste yours first before I try it.
All right, hold on.
Okay. Well, cheers.
All right, go, John.
Cheers.
Mm. That is delightful.
Isn't it?
Mm.
I like it.
Fruity, a little salty. The chili powder was a good call. Throw that in there.
Thanks.
Yeah, refreshing. Wow. I am getting sort of tahine vibes,
Back on my first.
like the tahine over fruit at the street cart.
Yeah.
We were saying in chat.
I agree with Yoshi. Yeah. It
Mm.
will be a little saltier with
That's
the
cool.
tahini. Yep.
That's cool. Passion fruit plus the.
It makes
It's chili.
perfect sense. It's not a huge stretch as far as flavors go, but my favorite part about it, John, is that this is a really good approach. I can see why it was such a formidable cocktail for him when he was at PDT or for his time at PDT. Because think about how approachable this mezcal cocktail is for like the novice mezcal drinker. 10 years ago, I could have still handled this, and I wasn't even close to where my palate is now for its appreciation for mezcal and Lefroy and all those super, super smoky spirits. Arbor. What?
This is the ADSM version.
Right. Back then or now? Is that what you were saying? What was on there?
Mezcal wasn't even on the scene then, and it's not
Hold on, one more second.
crazy popular now.
No, it's really for the adventurous.
Tart tartlet.
Ooh, I'm glad you like it, Tart Tarts. Thanks for following along. What's up? Your choice is up there. I'm so excited. Ooh. That was the first time I got a heavy lick of tahini. And that was awesome. Especially the brightness of the tahini, the sharpness of it, and then
Ooh,
it,
I like the tahines that could add this.
yeah, and then it smooths out because it's tart. And it smooths out. I'm not getting that one back, John. You'll have to tell the viewers about the rest of it.
I'll give it back.
Tart Tarts, I not only do I love that we now have viewers who can help us give us their input and make these choices, but I'm even more excited that you used some of the same ingredients that John picked, because John and I always like trying to utilize product, not waste product. But the flavors behind it, I'm excited to see how pretty it is by the time we finish too. And it's this perfect moving into spring flavors where my mind needs to be right now. I really gotta start brainstorming, John. I feel like I'm sitting in my winter. Oh, it can just be cinnamon and bitter and strong or smoky and scotchy.
Northwest.
Yeah, that's true.
Spring is like.
I need that defense. Did you hear that, John?
We have like
What's that?
glimpses of spring, and then it's like, just kidding, it's still winter.
He's like, yeah, we're in the Pacific Northwest, so.
Yeah, Portland's weird. You said it was hailing earlier,
Right.
and then I had to shut the blinds because it was too sunny. Like what?
Definitely summer starts with a cocktail, so I'm appreciative of that. The cucumber and the mint in your cocktail coming up, and the cucumber in this one again, like I said, really mellowed out the mezcal. Really makes it approachable.
Hey, I got a question about this drink. Do you taste the ginger?
Yeah. That was my question too, John.
Well, not a lot, but I tasted a little bit.
I think we should make it without the ginger, so that not right now, but like eventually, because I kind of want to know if maybe it just like changes another flavor.
I kind of want to make it with the full ginger juice, the full ginger, and then just a little bit of lime. I think that's going to be truer to the.
I mean, this is an amazing cocktail. I don't get the ginger at all. Just the passion fruit, the tahini, or the.
How much more you got left? You got half. I totally cut you off, by the way. I'm so sorry. You have half of your glass left, though, right?
Yeah.
Enough to put a little more splash of ginger in, and we'll see if it ruins it.
Yeah.
For Bree.
Which ginger?
Only this ginger. Only the full strength.
Just a splash.
Yeah, I would say another quarter of
ounce.
an ounce, but you're already like halfway through the drink, so that might be a lot. I'd say like
A little less than a quarter of an ounce.
Yeah.
Put your your pointer out.
a little more than a bar spoon. You know, I have so many people giving me shit, but for how I measure or people used to tease because I keep my hands flexed, but that whatever it takes to keep it steady and that I can pour it in and not.
I think they're big hand problems.
They are. But also it helps me have a really steady hand, so I'll do whatever it takes to make that work. As long as I can pour the way I pour and have a visual for it.
I think your fingers are more like appendages than mine. Because like my hands are so small, like I can't even.
But I use that when because I'll fill bottles without using funnels all the time, but I have a really steady, and I also keep my fingers out, and like one finger touches the other finger, so when you pour them like this, it's like a leaf. Yeah, see? I'm a human machine.
Alright, John, did you try yours yet?
Oh yeah, yeah. I like that ginger bite. There's already sort of a bite from the chili, but that ginger is now, especially in the aftertaste. That's great.
Yeah, it
Do you
needed
think
that.
this is how they intended it?
I think that they intended it to be even a little bit more ginger, and the passion fruit to be even a little stronger.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. See, that's what I did. So I drank half of it last night, John, and with just the ginger beer, quote unquote, the 10-1, and then I added another quarter ounce. So I guess we could have gone on another whole half ounce of that and been really, really happy.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, that's even better.
Well, we've got another drink with the house ginger beer coming up.
We'll ramp it up then. That's right, Tarts.
With what we know.
That's
really all it's about, because how often, John, do I talk about the differences of ginger when I get it when it comes flown in from Peru to China, and I might be making some for a class, and I'll make some, and I'll need some more, and 3 days later I go buy another batch, and it's so much more orange and caustic, and like the flavors change. So at every bar, John, this is what we have to do. We have to taste the things. As a good bartender will always taste their products at the beginning of every shift, just to know where they're at. Because sometimes you do have to dial it back. You're here to make people happy, not just be formulaic. So
Well, you
it's
can't be formulaic if it's changing.
right, and that's yeah, exactly. So and you're not just yeah. Thank you. That's a good point. All right, that was a lofty way of my lofty way of putting that. Yeah, you're right. All right. I really, really like it. I appreciate the bite with the ginger so much more. And it's a mule. It's got to have at least a little bit of that ginger kick.
Yeah, if it's going to hold up to the Moscow Mule, which a lot more people know. Yeah.
Yes, now it's more mule-like.
Now it's more mule-like. Well done, John. Really well done. I like that choice. I would have never picked mezcal in there. I didn't even. Yeah. So I love. Thank you for doing that.
Hey, glad it worked out.
Sweet.
I love mezcal. Yeah, so it's just a twist on the Moscow Mule. I just saw a popular drink, was like, wait a second, that doesn't say Moscow. And I love mezcal, so always love ways to drop that on the stream.
Yeah. It's a good
Sprinkle in smoky flavors.
Just like you talked about, it's not explored even as much as we want to think in today's modern mixology world. So let's get some more out there. Let's tell them more about it. Do you want to move on to the next one already?
On to our next, our viewer pick, our subscriber pick, our regulars pick.
Yes. Thank you to our regular tarts. You are always bringing us some fantastic joy, and we appreciate that. As a true regular.
And I have something written down, but since Tarts is here, she could chime in why she chose this drink. Yeah. Otherwise, we'll make something up.
We could, but you really don't want us to do that.
Not with a drink named the French Maid.
Not with a drink named the French Maid. Yeah, I tried. You should have seen me on trying to come up with some
Instagram photos with the French Maid.
Photo shoots. It was terrible, John. I think I told you I didn't have the right kind of feather duster, and the kind that I have just...
I like you better in the apron and tie, yeah.
Thanks. I mean, hell, bloomers they're comfy, though. They were freeing. It was amazing.
So Tartart says, seems like it just sounded nice.
No, there is nothing, Tarts, there is nothing wrong with saying that it sounded nice. That's perfect.
Good reason.
Yeah. No, I'm trying. I'm trying to come up with anything I can to make it just as exciting, because we're excited that you were willing to be a part of this, and we're excited to try these out. These new cocktail programs from fantastic bars around the world. So if anybody knows of any more out there, please let us know. Send us books. Help us discover and explore more, and in turn, we're gonna tell all of our viewers out there to follow along with us. And check out your local library. John has gotten every one of his from our local libraries here, so you can follow along and know what we're doing. Check out the website, see what's coming up, and try and make some of these with us. That's kind of the fun of it. You can tell us how hard or easy they are, or whether or not you even like the drinks that we're trying out. John and I don't always know. We're just taking our chances and think it'll be fun. All right, so let's talk about that next drink, John. We need to get a Collins glass. I got mine right here. What else? We got our house ginger beer. We got our ginger cocktail roulette. Exactly. That's right, though. But that's a little bit more fun. What? Well, it's funny you said that, though. As soon, I have a wheel idea. It would be fun to have a digital wheel on there. You never know when we eventually, if we have enough regulars as part of the play, we might have to.
Well, I like the wheel idea, like
whose cocktail gets picked.
Or it could just be like roulette, and you have to like scramble and make that drink.
We have to roulette and we have to scramble and make the drink. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense though. When they had, John and I actually thought it could be fun. However, you know how many products we have to have? Look at what John and I had to do to source passion fruit and mezcal, and you know what I mean? If you want to let me have a $30,000 worth of booze here in the house, then the sky's the limit. John and I could totally do that.
What if it's like what's that Food Network show like Iron Chef where they often make things with the same
Yeah,
ingredients?
somebody asked me to do one of those here in town, John, before the pandemic. Somebody asked me if I do that for bartending, and I was like, hell yeah, it sounded so much fun.
Yeah.
And you know I love that. Like coming up with that's the kind of stuff that drives me. And somebody's like, "Hey, we have 5 bottles of this whiskey, and we don't know what to do with it." And I'm like, "Ooh, we taste it. We can come up with something good for that." Like it's such an easy drive. Okay, so we got our Collins glass. This one calls for rocks too, doesn't it? Would you
Yes.
rocks me? I'm out, please. I'll need some for shaking and some for the glass, making it look pretty. Oh, I gotta get this off. That on center.
So we got some lime juice in this one. This is a shake and drink.
Another shake and drink. Let's start with our muddled ingredients first. And actually,
Wait, you're gonna use a muddler twice on
I
today's
know
show?
it's weird. I'm feeling very strange about it.
So what are we muddling?
We're gonna muddle mint leaves and some cucumber wheels. Same thing as the last one. You're gonna cut 4 of them and you're gonna keep 1 of them. Mint leaves, you're gonna want to do like a 6 to 8 mint leaves on a sprig. So if you have a whole sprig, you can take it off. People do say that gets bitter. Let's see. I got pretty big mint leaves, so I can go straight just leaves. But I gotta remind everybody, if you're looking at your mint like this, really, if you just take it off there, that not only is a beautiful little garnish, but also you can shake that up or muddle that down. There's not really enough stem that's going to add too much bitterness to it. It's really the top half of that stem. So I've got 6 leaves right here. Some of them are teeny tiny, so we'll really just call it 4, maybe 5, 6, and then a couple more big ones, 7 and 8. And I'm going to take those off the end of this particular sprig, because guess what? Now it's a pretty garnish. Well, we could do better actually. Look at that one's got a little cut out of it. So for everyone's viewership's sake, I got a whole new one just for you. So John, we're gonna set that aside. Let's get our 3 cucumber wheels in there. And for this muddling again, we're gonna go even lighter than we did for the last one, John. We're trying to push the oils out, but you're just essentially giving it a nice...
You don't want to shred that mint.
Right.
You don't want to go crazy on the mint.
We're already going to do that, right? So we're just going to push down a little bit, essentially applying pressure evenly, and you can smell the difference. You can smell that it's already starting to come out a little more minty. That's right where you need to be. Mint and cucumber mixing together. It's like a strange little bubblegum reminiscence to me.
Bubblegum.
Yeah, like bubblegum ice cream. You know, blue bubblegum ice cream has like a little bit of that mint in it. Not the pink stuff.
Ooh, I love blue bubblegum ice cream.
Blue bubblegum ice cream.
This week's episode brought to you by Blue Bubblegum Ice Cream.
John, do you remember Did you ever have Thrifty where you grew up? I can't freaking talk tonight. It's amazing.
Do I remember what?
I just was reading Yoshi's. I wish I could be muddled together with mint and cucumber as well.
Yeah.
Sounds like a fantastic body wrap, doesn't it? Mummify me with
I
mint
feel
and
like
cucumber.
Thrifty is
A West Coast thing or
I don't know.
John, did you know Thrifty, the cucumber store? Or the cucumber store. Sorry, I read something. Oh my god, that was amazing. I read cucumber right when I looked down at Spock and we go hashtag Spock. It was
Artisanal cucumbers. You get cucumbers for the world over there. I mean, they had one from every state. Good old
we got your
Thrifties.
cucumbers. Oh, I just had.
You're talking about Thrifty's ice cream.
Yeah, Thrifty ice cream, but they were an actual like same as Walgreens. They were a freaking pharmacy
Oh.
too, like your pharmacy grocery.
Okay,
store.
yeah, I saw them absorbed into like a Rite
It
Aid.
did get absorbed into Right. It's supposed Also, you can get thrifty ice cream at Rite Aid.
John, we gotta go.
We'll be
I'm
back.
just.
I'll be right back.
Bree just said they might have it at Rite Aid. We have to leave.
Okay, the rest of the show's over in favor of Thrifty's ice cream. Okay.
Please
And
stand
we'll,
by.
and we'll be back. It'll just be like 8:30 on. We'll just be eating thrifty ice cream out of the box.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry everybody. Back to it. Muddle yourself with mint and cucumber. It smells so delicious. Then let's start adding our other non-expensive ingredients, non-alcohol ingredients, which is going to be. What do we got next? Let's do.
An ounce of the false ginger beer.
False ginger beer ounce. And since we're doing that, let's instantly talk about the real ginger juice ounce. But we're only going to go a half ounce of that now. So
Yeah.
1
So
ounce false.
Billy and I are bolstering it with the true ginger beer.
Right?
The false and the true ginger beers.
Well, and I suppose technically, John, we're just adding ginger, really. Because the ginger beer idea, I think, is coming from the brown sugar, the lime, and the ginger mixing together. I think that's where they're getting the ginger beer idea.
Another interesting thing about the PDT house ginger beer is there's no sparkling element. I forget if we said that already.
Right. Whereas the house ginger beer that we made at Afuri was the same ginger juice, similar to what we're using here, John. Lime juice, a dash of Angostura bitters, and then soda water.
Right.
Which really made sense to me too, because then you had your soda water. It was everything that really kind of made the original ginger beer, minus maybe some of the botanicals. But I thought you were getting those with the bitters, the dash of it. All right, so let's go to our. So we got our house ginger. We got our regular ginger. We're gonna do our lime juice. We're gonna go 3/4 of an ounce. We got some simple syrup. I know I almost hardly ever have that around. Mine's a little brown because I used turbinado for it. It's going to add a little bit more richness, maybe more carameliness, but not by much. So I don't think it's hugely drastically different. I'm not sure what they actually used for theirs. And that is 3/4 of an ounce. John, I was so excited to see that we were going to use Velvet Falernum, and I had a bottle for us to share. But it's funny, it's only 1/4 of an ounce once I got down to it.
Wait, tell me more about that. I don't know. I've never heard of that.
So Velvet Falernum is a product that is used. Correct me if I'm wrong, John. Tiki drinks. I know.
Yeah. That's where I know it from.
What does it taste like?
It tastes a little bit like slightly cinnamon, slightly clovey, sugary. Marzipan-ish? Here, grab a little glass. We'll taste it. Will you grab me one too? John, did you taste Velvet Falernum? Let's talk about this. Might as well tell everybody
I
about
don't
it.
think I've ever had it on its own, but yeah, it comes up in a lot of my tiki drinks, which you know I like.
John, do you know what I get to make now that this is open? Two that I haven't made. Do you remember that cocktail I told you that I created with duck fat in it?
No, go on.
I did it for Shipwreck. When we did Shipwreck, a Shipwreck takeover at Afuri. And Velvet Falernum gave it, like, I was already using Szechuan peppercorns and a little bit of clove. And Velvet Falernum gave a little bit of extra cloviness to it and a great viscosity that the whole thing needed without having to use, like, and create gum syrup. So for this one, we're just going to do, I'm going to pour 1/4 of an ounce in, and then I'm going to pour us each a little bit.
Oh gosh. Is it bad that I like it by itself?
No, not at all.
It's like
I'm excited to try it.
spiced syrup sweetness.
Yeah, it's 11% alcohol, so you got to keep it in your fridge, everybody, if you get it. Please don't leave it out. A lot of people don't realize that. They're like, oh. Low-proof rum infused with lime zest, ginger root, cloves, and other whole spices.
Oh.
Almond. Oh, I said marzipan too, and it has almond in it. That makes sense.
I totally taste the marzipan.
Yoshi the Oracle.
Thank you, Yoshi.
Thanks, Yoshi.
Yoshi inside of their source. I appreciate that.
Yeah, she's good. Right? So it's tasty. It's a little.
I like it. I would totally drink it.
Really?
I think kids would drink it. It's
Well,
like
yeah.
really good.
No, totally. I'm sure kids would drink it.
I feel like you could
I'd rather have Bekarovka though. That's already like the same kind of sweetness with a little more, like a little bit more oomph to it.
Kind of want it like over a snow cone.
That could be a good snow cone, I suppose. Crystal clear snow cone. Pepsi Ice snow cone.
Nice.
We're too old. Nobody fucking knows Pepsi Ice. Sorry. Sorry everybody for taking a moment of your life. I wish I could give it back.
We're missing our Gen X.
Right? I know.
They took the night off.
They had bad hips. They needed a rest.
No, it's just...
So what do you think, John? Tasty? You like it?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. How do I put this on more things?
Right. Well, we'll make that cocktail with the lemon and the orange and this Velvet Falernum. We'll find a small amount of clarified duck fat. Oh, are you getting bigger or smaller?
I'm trying to find something that you're not.
Expand me.
Oh my goodness.
We don't know why it does this.
Sorry, hold on, guys.
We're all in it for the ride, though, everybody.
Here.
Hold on to your butts.
John, you guys look at that Pikachu Billy.
All right. Well, I am gonna add now the cognac, and this is not the cognac that was called for. Forgive me. Let's see. Remember the one they called for, John? That's right. They called for Hein, and we looked it up, and it's $77 a bottle. And we thought, you know, we have this really fantastic Pierre Ferrand that we already own, so let's go with that. So we're gonna go 1.5 ounces. And this brings up a good point, because the reason this is called a French made is because we're using cognac. Obviously, cognac being brandy from the Champagne region. And this is still a pretty expensive, nice bottle to have, so let's not shake a stick at it. But it was Nope, tell me. You win.
It was based on a competitor drink called the Kentucky Made, which featured, I'm guessing, bourbon or rye.
Yeah, you're right. It was bourbon.
Yeah. So they said, let's do a twist on this. Let's make it cognac, and of course, from Kentucky to France.
Which I'm really happy about too, because not only that, but it's going to have a bigger bite with everything else that we already put in it. And I'm taking the time to talk about it because we haven't iced it yet. But that cognac being at 45% or 90 proof, it's got a great heat. I love sipping Pierre Ferrand. I'm going to put that on there. I love sipping a lot of alcohols, let's be honest. But that's just a really good, solid, great for cocktails. Again, John and I have talked about this before. We don't mind. We appreciate Hennessy for a sipper. I want this a little bit more of a punch to it, and a higher spice bite. I want that to come through in the cocktails that I'm making with cognac. All right, so let's ice it, John. You ready?
Yep.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do half ice in my glass. I'm gonna go actually 3/4 of the way with the ice in the glass. Boop. One more. Boop. You booped me. All right. Make sure you slam down the your shaker tins together really, really nice and tight to keep your seal going. Let's start shaking. Probably about another 20 seconds on this one. Yeah, I wasn't getting it yet. Now we're there. You know, everybody, I'm so tactile. I can feel where the drink is chilled enough in my hands. I don't think we're really going to make it too bitter by extra shaking. All right, let's double strain this out, John.
Oh, I totally missed. This is a Collins glass?
This is a Collins glass, yes, sir. I got a Collins glass out. I think that's what this one called for. Pretty sure. It's funny, it's got the cognac. Ah, thanks, Bree. Yeah, for real. And they used to have to get there between. So PDT, the way you got into the bar was through the phone booth in the back of a hot dog shop. So you had to go to the phone booth, and I think you had to call. It says so in the book too. We should look it up. I should have re-scan it real quick. But yeah, it was one of the first speakeasies. So that's why they didn't want anybody to tell about it. John, those are great looking cubes, sir. They're sexy. Let's pour, quick. Definitely need a straw for this one. Where did I give you my cubes? Oh, they're there. Nice! Alright, so if we're gonna stick to... If we're going to stick to the PDT for their garnish, it calls for a wheel of cucumber, and you're going to put the mint sprig through the wheel, which is, again, why I'm happy that we have a nice long sprig. But find it right through the middle if you can, or right through one of the little seat spots. Make sure you still put it off center so that no one has to have it hitting their face when they take a sip with their straw. And you're going to slide it down the side. Now, if everybody can see, the mint sprig is holding that cucumber wheel on perfectly right there.
Go down.
So right there along the edge, it's holding that cucumber wheel on nice and pretty. And then we'll place our straw on the front. So you can actually enjoy it without having it hit your face every single time.
Give it to
Pikachu. I choose booze. Oh, sorry. Ooh, actually, grab your phone, Bree, and see if you can get...
I'm slacking.
There, this is what we do. What we got? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Do we need anything else, really? Probably get it when the tongue rat comes around.
All right.
All right, John, you ready to try it? I was just making Bree take a couple shots as it spins. Let's give it a try. Now.
Cheers.
Cheers. Tarts, where are you? Have you tried it yet? What do you think?
We haven't tried this one yet, have we?
No, we haven't tried this one yet.
I love the spice from the mint and the falernum.
I do too. It's a really great punch. Yeah.
It's really fun.
Nice and subtle. The ginger mixes with the falernum.
I like the nose of the mint a lot.
Yeah.
So is that your addition?
The
The
sprig?
garnish?
No, they called for this particular garnish in the book. I do remember. I did read it. I just kind of forgot some of the things. John, I love your acrylic straw. Calling that out. Washable, reusable acrylic straws for everybody out there.
Tarts forgot to write.
Shout out to Surfside Sips.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tarts. So it's a little different, just a little bit. All right. Well, hey, I know somebody who has mint that might be able to hook you up. Just saying, might happen. You might have to retest this drink out again, I think.
Yeah, because having your nose
Yeah.
in that, that's great also by the way it's resting on the glass. I've never gotten actually mint to stand up so well. So putting your nose to that, even with a straw, really does inform the flavor.
Yeah, I mean, it's really an important part. We've talked about that with garnishing. I mean, a lot of the times the garnish is there for the oils and for the olfactory hints that it's giving you to complete that cocktail. Hey, Loriander, welcome back. Good morning, we should say. It's nice to see you again, or see your avatar again. I can't talk. Just trying.
Just in time for a nightcap.
Yeah, exactly. At work. Oh, that's perfect. Then you're already having a nightcap, right? No, wait, maybe not.
They're at work.
I don't know why. I picture Loriander moonlighting at a bar here and there. Sometimes, and they're up as late as we are when we work in a bar. Oh, that's right. I forgot, Loriander. I'm sorry. Bree's way better about remembering all this than I am. Thank God. That's right. So, holy moly, you're at work. Glad we're keeping you up.
Definitely not a good idea. Please don't drink at work.
Yeah, please don't drink at work. Wait, be like the rest of my teachers and nurse clients and wait until after you get off work to come see me. Go to the bar. Everybody else. God damn, I need a drink.
Right. Especially now.
Oh man. Look at that. Love it. Good morning, Loriander. What a fantastic community we have here, John.
Cultivated a kindness.
Intercontinental.
Right? I love it. It'll work out well in the long run.
Right.
Oh, sorry, my bad. That's tasty. I like it. It's
Well,
nice.
Loriander, are you talking about the cocktail challenge? What idea? I remember Loriander was going to challenge us with some ingredients. Or we were going to challenge him? I forget.
I was drunk.
Bree was too drunk to remember that.
I can vaguely remember.
I was a little bit there myself. Oh
Yes,
my God!
He remembers the elephant
No,
beer
now
challenge.
I
remember.
totally fucking forgot.
I totally remember now.
Oh my God, I love it. Bring it on. What do you got? We'll have to make that happen one of these.
I need to step up my hunt for elephant beer. It's hard to get around here.
Well, you know where we have to go, I think, is try Bevmo or Total Wine in Washington.
We have to go across the state line.
I think we got to cross the state lines to get it. Loriander, what unique, what other, have you been working on your own version, or have you been working on more stuff to mess with us on that, on this particular cocktail? Are you telling us that we're behind? Is what that's what I'm kind of gathering from this.
Well,
I gotta step
Maybe
up
he's
my
gonna bring it
game.
to us. Like, I don't remember. I don't remember.
I forgot.
I'm pretending that I
Yeah,
remember.
Bree's trying. I've not tested it. Let me experiment first. Okay, all right, we're there. We're with you. I have to say, speaking of experimenting with this particular cocktail, John, with Tartar's Choice, I really like and can appreciate the cognac more than I would a sweet bourbon that's mainly made of corn. That's why bourbon's sweet, right?
Right.
I like that bite on the back end that I'm getting.
Yeah, in a way, I don't taste strong cognac flavors, but I don't think I would. It would be a lot sweeter with bourbon. Yeah.
It's just that, but you still get a little oakiness
Just that
right on the very, very finish, right when the ginger dissipates and you get that bite. By the way, I'm sorry, I started laughing at that same thing, John. Alex, welcome back.
Yeah. What's up, Alex?
And you are right, sir. Okay.
One more drink.
You will most likely hate you. Probably not.
Actually, we definitely won't.
Yeah. I say probably not. Bree says definitely
Again,
not. I don't
we
know.
have this new format where viewers can pick cocktails. Like we're doing Tartarts as French made right now. So it's totally legit that our regulars control us with things that maybe sound good or things that they deliberately want to mess us up with. So Loriander, by all means, proceed however you want.
We'll see what we can do. Yeah, we'll try and keep up with it, right, John? Well, some anchovy infused we might have a hard time with, but you never know. The saltiness is there. That could balance out the elephant.
That said, the French maid is wonderful. It's not a troll. This is a refreshing, spicy drink.
Thank you for that.
So it's all to your pick, which comes up next, Billy. Is
All right,
you're trolling us, or is it a good drink?
we're there. we're about to find out. We talk about sourcing more ingredients, John. You and I played around. We got some fun rums for this one. I ran all over to find the particular root beer that they sourced or that they said was good, and it's out of Missouri. But I found some here. Fitz root beer. We're gonna try it. We don't need these two friends
What's
here.
the name of the drink?
This is called the Silver Root Beer Fizz. So everybody knows I like making gin fizzes, and John, you and I have made a couple different versions of fizzes or flips, and I was kind of intrigued by this one not having soda water and using root beer as the lifting agent for the whole thing. We're about to find out. We're about to party.
Initially, in
by
the PDT, it bolds the first few ingredients. So initially, I was like, "Oh, this is a really cool daiquiri that Billy chose for me." It calls out specifically what you got on the turntable, Smith and Cross and Eclipse, which I both like. But then I saw top with 2 ounce root beer. So I'm really curious to try it without the root beer. I'm going to take a sip, and then we top it with the root beer, right?
Right. Then you lift it up.
Okay, so I want to try both flavors. Okay.
It's still going to be right, and they don't call for it. That's the difference between this fizz and like another fizz that you and I have done, or that I would normally call for, because we're following their instructions. And I would normally put a ½ ounce of soda water in the bottom before we pour any of our ingredients in. Helps build that head. That then when you pour the rest of your soda water in, it helps lift that whole head up. This one doesn't call for that. So again, I'm not sure, even with an egg white, I don't know how much head we're gonna get or how big how fluffy and whipped it's gonna be, but we're gonna do it together. Actually, would you grab me an egg and a whole egg? And then the silicone ice tray, because I'll need it. John, I got a fancy cup, because I love finding these fancy, cute vintage glasses. So we're gonna use this one for this drink, because otherwise it's just brown. Everything that we have here is just brown. So I was like, well, Tarts had a prettier drink, so we put the uglier drink, what I'm expecting to be an uglier drink, into a prettier glass.
Okay. I can't wait to see
it. That's another thing. I normally wouldn't put ice in, but this glass is like a little bit formidable. And I don't want it to look totally stupid and be way the F down there. So I'm going to add a little bit of ice in mine ahead of time, too. So we're going to do an egg white for this. Just one egg white from one egg.
Do you want a whole egg? I already cracked it.
Oh, no. Just split it for me. Thanks. That'd be great. Then I don't have to do it myself on camera. I was going to try and wiggle out and wash my hands, or do a quick wipe with the bleach, with the sandy water. So Bree's getting that for me. John's grabbing his stuff. Oh shit.
Hey Billy, do you remember?
Rinse.
There was a story behind this drink. Behind a PDT story for it.
There is a story behind this drink. So this drink, Jim Meehan created for a chef that I am in awe of, and has been around in the gastronomical area for years, and he is an artist, and his name is Wiley Dufresne, and he has I can't remember the name of his restaurants. If anybody wants to ever check out what he can do, check out Chef's Table or Mind of a Chef. What else is he on? He
was on that Netflix show?
Yeah, maybe he's not on Chef's Table, but I think he might be. He's been featured by a lot. He's done a lot in gastronomy and kind of tricking people's eyes. John, I told you about a cool idea that I really, really appreciate, and I really like the flavors I've kind of played with, and I'd like to keep trying in the next couple of years, is he has created this fake egg idea, and it's a dessert that looks like somebody just cracked a raw egg or a sunny side up egg onto a plate. And what it really is a coconut milk and cardamom base with a little bit of xanthan gum to give it a little bit more viscosity or that tension that you would expect from a cooked egg white. And then they use a spherification process to take I believe it's ginger carrot and to kind of make that into a sphere that looks like an egg yolk, and that puts it right on top, and then you cut into it and they kind of meld together. I find that shit fascinating. And not only that, but like pushing the levels of flavor and kind of tricking people into thinking they're having two different things. You know, it's right up my alley. So apparently he used to come into PDT, and because Mr. Meehan knew that he was a huge connoisseur of root beer, thank you so much. He tried to make a drink around his interests. So that's where we get this drink. And let's be honest, John, it's around your interest too. You're a huge fan of root beer. You love Smith & Cross and turned me on to it. And Mount Gay as well. You have expanded my rum palate by so much that I saw this cocktail and I was like, wait, it combines a lot of great elements. This is like the thirsty therapy in a glass here. We got to try it. So here we are. All right, so let's get started. Thank you so much for getting these for me. I am going to start with the egg yolk, or the egg white first, John.
Egg white, yes.
Egg white.
Got to get that in so we don't trash the rest of our ingredients in case we mess up.
Right. Now, John's going to do it right into the tin, and you'll see he's going to hold it exactly how everybody can see his hands. Nice job, John. He's just going to crack it right on the edge, and your shaker tin is a perfect blade to literally slice right in. It's really even, and then pull that apart without having a lot of shells. No pressure.
Yeah.
You're okay, even if you have shells. Don't worry about it. You got this.
Well, I'm going to be doing transferring it between the two halves to sort out the yolk, or the white, yeah?
Yeah. Although I am not a huge proponent of that particular way of sorting it, I still see people doing it all the time. But it is known for anybody out there. It's known that that is where salmonella resides. It's actually in the layer under the top layer of the shell. So oddly enough, you have a better chance of introducing more salmonella into yourself, John, by using the shell itself.
Well, what should I do instead?
So what I would do, and actually I just got done teaching Tate this, my son. He did it for the first time, and I was so proud of him because it's kind of a cold, weird thing to do. But can you see? Here, let's move the bottles real quick. I'm gonna have Bree switch to my hands. Would anybody care if I actually just did one? Do you want me to do one, John, so you can see it? Actually, Bree, you just, yeah? Okay, now we're on hands. I'm gonna move over the spinner. Yeah. And a deli cup. And I'll sneak out and wash my hands. Hopefully everybody's cool. I'll make sure I do it quick.
Yes.
Wash my hands.
Yes.
And then just a tiny little deli cup. And this one will only take a second. All right. So you got a good hand shot? How am I in the view?
That should be good.
Okay. So as John was holding it, we're talking about holding it just like this. And I'm going to make a little smiley face. I'm not going to hit it dead in the center. I'm going to hit it a little bit closer to the top. And slice right through. Now I'm going to peel off the top lid. I'm going to pour this whole thing into my open fingers, John. And see how the yolk's kind of holding through? The white just released. That was so fast. And check that out. The yolk is perfect right there in my hands. You just are kind of...
No way. You do it with your bare hands.
Yeah. It's actually, it's the most efficient way, and it's the cleanest way, because you keep one hand separate to do the cracking. And then you have 3 separate containers normally. One for the shells, one that you're doing everything over so that if anything does slip through, you can dump it out or toss it if you have to. And then the other part, yolks and whites. All right, so I'm going to sneak out real quick.
Whoa. Okay.
All right, I'll watch
My
you
turn.
first, and then I'll sneak out. Go ahead. Let's see it.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, sorry. Bree's switching it.
Thanks, Bree.
There you go.
Team Bree.
Team TT. Oh, here, actually, I can go right in there.
But I got oversized again.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you did. Oh, look at that. Hold on. Honey. What is happening to you?
I'm sorry. I'm causing so much work.
Ah!
I don't think it's you. Alright, let's see. Alright.
Up to our Oracle and Operator breed.
Yeah!
Alright, John, you're on.
Okay, you might have to move your fingers a little bit, John, to get that membrane to come loose, but...
Once the whole egg is in my other hand.
Yep.
Okay.
You'll only have a few seconds to make it happen quick.
But should he crack it on his tin?
Yeah, crack it on his tin.
But if the salmonella on the outside.
Just a little, you're just doing the crack right there. Okay, that's it. You're gonna wash this tin too right afterwards. And you're not pouring out of that part.
Oh, right.
Make sure you
Remember you showed me the
spread your fingers a little. Good, nice job. Did it crack? You got a yolk too?
Just get me out.
Oh,
That's okay.
a little bit.
That's not so bad.
Oh,
There you go. You caught it.
stop. We'll stop there.
It's so cool that I can see this.
Only like 10% yolk.
Perfect. Remember, we got some drinks with whole yolks in them, and those are delicious too.
Oh, I love those.
Alright, so, like I said, I'm going to do an abnormal thing and put some ice in the bottom of my glass for this now. Just for size.
Sorry, so John has to make it big now.
Kill the salmonella without affecting it. Wow, that's a great idea.
Yeah, put it in water.
As punishment, I will make eggnog.
Right. Alright, so we got our egg. We got to get down to business. Here, Bree, will you grab that for me too? Thank you. Alright. Now, John, we need some other good things here. Let's do the pineapple juice and the lemon juice right away. I'm using Dole. It was a can that I opened, so I just poured it into this pretty little
Same here.
container.
I
Oddly
have
enough,
so
we're
much
not
canned.
using... Oh my god, I love that you had saran wrap all over that like I did. I was gonna say, oddly enough, we're not using much for it calling for these juices. It's only a ½ ounce of pineapple juice and a ½ ounce of lemon. So essentially, it's rum and root beer and egg whites so far. All right, and we are going to do a whole ounce of. Now we're going to switch to our rums. We're going to do a whole ounce of the Mount Gay Clips. Our gold rum, and a full ounce of our nice, funky Smith & Cross. Whew. All right. Now we're gonna shake. We're going to do nutmeg at the very end, but we have everything now. We got our overproof Jamaican, we have our gold rum, we have our pineapple, we have our egg white, we have our lemon juice, and then we'll add the 2 ounces of root beer at the very, very end. Now, John, remember, this one's going to be, because we're doing an egg white, we're doing a dry shake, wet shake. And our egg white's already cooking, so I'm going to start shaking. Now, John, as soon as you can start shaking too. Because we're going to be doing this for a hot minute.
I'm running a little bit behind you.
Oh, take your time. I just wanted to tell you that I had to start, and we're going to be doing this for a hot minute because it's a fizz. It's an egg white cocktail, so you got to shake. Oh man, I forgot I wanted to cheat tonight with you. Let's do that. Let's throw our blender balls in. Save our arms a little bit. It's my new favorite cheat. So I've heard of different places, John, where they do this and they'll just pass around the fizz shaker to everybody in the bar. Everybody who works in the bar and have them shake it a little bit. Which makes sense, because otherwise you're dead armed. If you made fizzes all night long, you'd be toast. Especially without one of these blender balls. Ooh, I can hear it now. You can start hearing the emulsification change and it's whipping up. Everybody see me splashing myself as well? One more perfect reason why, especially since we don't have ice to seal it up, why you are having your tin face you, especially with one of these fantastic aprons, as opposed to facing out and getting it everywhere. John, keep going. You got some shaking.
I just wanted to hear you.
Oh. Yeah.
Let's see, maybe I can catch up on the chat while I'm...
Well, how's the chat doing, Loriander?
We're under told us
Cross would be a worry. Oh, I missed it.
So the
Shark Jamaican rum with a song.
So you're not gonna see this way up, but for the Viking Elephant Fizz, or it's been renamed to the Granddad Elephant Fizz.
Oh my god, I love it.
So aquavit instead of gin, lemon, and then elephant beer instead of club soda. Not as much as you normally would on the white
Oh. And then do elephant to top with you? Yeah. John, how you? Take a look. Got a good amount of head in there. Nice crack. I need ice.
Oh yeah,
Some, yeah.
Need a little more?
So while if you got time, we could talk about the Granddad Elephant.
Yeah, I was
Cocktail.
just looking. I was actually just getting caught up on that. And Judy, you absolutely have to try the funk. It'll take you a minute to get into. I'd say Great Daiquiri is one that John and I used to play with that you can probably make in your area with it, which is 1 ounce Smith and Cross, 1 ounce El Dorado 5-year. John, did we do 3/4 of an ounce of lime for that one, or a full ounce? The one we used to make for you back in the day.
For a daiquiri?
For the Smith and Cross El Dorado, and then was it 3/4 of an ounce of simple then?
Simple or Demerara, yeah.
And Demerara, Judy, is going to be the way to go. So, all right, John, you feeling good? Let's add some ice to this thing. Chill it down.
Remove the blender bowl.
You can leave it in. It doesn't really matter at this point, and then you don't have to touch it.
Okay.
And we're going to need all the help we can get, because again, we're going to have to shake this really aggressively because we want to keep the flip fizz style of it going. We don't have fizz glasses either, so we're using these Collins. We're going to make it work though. I'm going to get started. Really, really hard shake, at least a good 30 seconds. Go. Nice. Pretty good ahead. How's yours feel, John? Nice and whipped up there?
Yep.
Okay. Let's try it. We're going to double strain this one as well. Especially too, because when you're using egg whites, sometimes you get that little membrane. What would be umbilical cord for that little chick if it were fertilized.
Stop it.
Sorry, Zoe was asking what that was today when we were making eggs for breakfast. I had to tell her. I was like, well, if there was a baby chick in there, that'd be its umbilical cord.
Not real.
Yeah. It is the cord that connects the yolk to the membrane. Think of it like a uterus. I'm full of useless knowledge, John. Alright. Now you said you want to taste it first, right? Technically, this is a flip.
We let that settle.
Well, if you're going to taste it now, and then we'll let it settle. Does that make sense?
Okay.
You and Bree said you want to try it like this. It is a daiquiri, essentially like that. It's like a Hemingway minus the sugar. And the maraschino.
Ah, yeah. There's no sugar.
Yeah, there's no sugar.
Right?
Okay.
That's why we need the
Okay.
fifth
So this
root
is
beer, I
so
think.
this is rough by itself.
No.
So yeah, that's pretty rough by itself. Okay.
So little sips, but as John said, we want a little bit of that head to pop up. So we're seeing it form right now. You can actually see it even better in John's shot. And if you want a good thing to look at right where it shows his ice.
Oh wait, I didn't go there.
Right where, sorry, I can see his shot all the time, so I didn't know what everybody else could see. But check out his glass. You can see his ice cube is starting to become just a little more clear. That means the liquid beyond that or around it is a little bit more translucent than opaque. The opaqueness is going to start gathering a little bit at the top. That is all of your proteins from the egg whites. And we might as well open our root beers right now while we're waiting, John, because it's only going to be another couple minutes. Let's try our root beer by itself. Why it called for specifically this fantastic Missouri cane sugar, which I'm a big fan of root beer. It does make a difference as far as flavor for us goes. That is a good root beer. Nothing more or less. You know what, John? Tell me what you think. You're the root beer connoisseur even more so. Before I
I'm
throw out
not
my
sure, but I love how there are so many varieties. So many that I haven't tried. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, it's so light.
Yeah. Nice vanilla notes.
Yeah, it's it doesn't have that whatever that forward mouth filling taste of like a Coca-Cola or an A&W root beer. Probably because it's not high fructose. You said it's cane sugar, not high fructose corn
That is
syrup?
part of it. It doesn't give you the same mouth coat that those do. But I do notice the sharp bite. It's carbonated just a little differently. It doesn't have like a bright bite right at the beginning, a bright carbonation bite. So it's not heavily carbonated.
Right. Oh, this could be very good for mixing cocktails.
I'm excited.
Pour it in.
All right, let's try it. So we're going to do 2 ounces it calls for. So let's measure it out just because it calls for that. We'll taste it and we'll go from there. We're going to go 2 full ounces, and with every one of our fizzes or flips, you're going to want to try and get it right in the middle as much as you can. And let that head, and pour it in slowly so you can let that head rise.
I poured mine in fast.
Sean poured his fast.
Yours looks like a flip now, right? Like an egg flip. That makes sense. Like an old school soda fountain thing. And mine's different. All right, here, let's look at it. And it's probably even harder to tell. I'm going to pull...
I didn't wait for your instruction.
Well, that's okay. Either way, it's going to taste good. It's going to taste the same. Can you see the difference in mine?
Yeah, you can see
How thick that head is? I'm pretty excited. It turned out pretty well. Again, I can't see what everybody else is getting to see, but I'm hoping from this angle. Like the new doily. I liked it. I thought it was very PDT-ish. Or not doily, but cover.
Doily and PD.
Do not go well together. All right, Johnny, ready? Straw. He's dunking the straw. Oh wait, do we have a garnish for this? We do. Ground nutmeg. Let's add a little nutmeg to this quick. Can you grab me that microplane? You beautiful woman.
Get it back.
Ooh, I like John's glass bamboo straws.
Mine is full.
So schmacky.
Where's the microphone?
I don't know actually. You just want to get a grater, that'll work too.
Do you have it?
Yeah, right here. All right, go. Go for it, John. You're ready. Sorry I'm slacking, everybody. I do appreciate nutmeg on the top for not only the olfactory trick like we were talking about, John, but the actual bite of flavor. It sharpens it.
Alright, you guys wanna try it?
Alright, you ready? Here we go. Cheers.
Cheers. Okay, so the sweetness of the root beer has balanced everything out.
Mm-hmm. Made it more palatable.
Yeah, it was rough earlier. This is drinkable. What?
Sorry.
The Smith and Cross is really like I can taste the Smith and Cross and I can taste the rum, and I like the nutmeg on the nose.
Yes.
I'm not sure about anything in between it though.
Billy, did you troll us with this drink?
I did not troll you with this drink. I really was excited about another way of making a fizz, but does it feel like I trolled you? I feel like I trolled you too a little bit.
It's not. I mean,
It's like-
it's not bad. It's just kind of watery, and there's nothing strong about it besides the Smith and Cross, which is an overproof rum.
It's very brown water-esque. Tastes like the color brown. I'm just kidding. It doesn't. It's got a little bit more of I can taste the lemon and the
Alright,
Smith and
let's
Cross.
try it again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the silver brown water.
The silver brown water. Yeah,
Silver.
and I don't like
Silver brown water, right?
I don't like drinking it without the straw. I like it better with the straw for sure.
Me too.
John, I'm a little disappointed though. I know I get that a chef who was really into root beer and really into like funky flavors would appreciate this. But since you've turned me on to Smith and Cross, I'm very excited about the pineapple sweetness. Sorry, I got distracted, John.
No.
Pineapple sweetness doesn't come through. Not really. And we use sweeter pineapple. We used Dole pineapple juice, and that's probably one of the sweeter
Add more pineapple to it.
pineapples you can get. Yo, John, do you want to try some? I was going to talk to John about that, but yeah.
Sorry.
Otherwise, I'm glad I used this glass because that is uninspiring and in its color, right?
Let's see that color one more time.
Yeah.
Right, like
John, where's
it's
your-
like it's a pair of if Smith and Cross had a pair of khakis.
It is very khaki.
It's
It is
like,
very khaki.
but like anybody who's like rocking a khakis wouldn't necessarily want to drink this.
No, it is not like fit the khaki, but it is khaki colored.
Oh, don't worry, Yoshi. I will be. It won't go to waste. There's no Smith and Cross will be wasted in the making of this drink. But I am like just a little shocked, John, because the first two drinks that we had were like nothing. Like yeah, they were just good. They were good, like a little more approachable.
I'm trying to think of who would like that drink though.
I guess somebody who just appreciates all the flavors. Like, but again, John, haven't you and I said this? Haven't I told you this several times? Though, is like bartenders and chefs will drink some weird shit for the appreciation of the individual ingredients. We're willing to try like strange things as opposed to like we have to make things a little more palatable for the average person when we're presenting it onto a menu or yeah. Kind of like the duck fat drink we were talking about, John. It's not something that goes on a menu, but what a fun special to have once in a while. Intriguing special.
Yeah.
What do you want to do to change this? Do you want to try and do anything to it like we did with the other one?
I might add more root beer. I don't want to waste the rest of the bottle. I want to drink it somehow. And often, actually, you know what? I find that with a lot of highballs that I'll add 2 ounces of soda initially. and then say, no, you know what? More dilution, the better. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, say that. Can you say it one more time? I got distracted by the chat as well.
So, I'm considering more root beer.
Rather than adding something else to water it down, is that what you were saying?
Well, I partly don't want to waste the root beer, but in other highballs, I've gotten more out of the highball by adding more water, more soda.
Oh, and a true highball style cocktail. I get what you're saying. All right, yeah, let's try it. Let's see if the root beer and the sweetness like take over a little bit more. And maybe that was a typo in both of ours because we found out about the typo. We know about the one typo in yours as opposed to mine with the 80 ounces to 24 ounces. Huge difference.
I could wait. Did you already add it?
Right. I just added. Yeah. Sorry.
So before I do, tell me.
All right. I went.
I should have done it as my
2 ounces.
suggestion.
I'm a little curious about just adding more pineapple, like Loriander suggested.
Right. Let's. I'm gonna save.
All right.
I haven't added my root beer.
I will say this. More root beer, the better. I can deal with it more. The vanilla comes through against the banana funk of the Smith & Cross.
Yeah, that's better.
From the root beer. So that's like 5 ounces
And I can
of
still
root beer.
taste
though.
the Smith & Cross.
And you
It's
can
not
still
like
taste the
it
Smith &
doesn't,
Cross, yeah.
Dissipate. It just
So I like
less
that.
less silver.
But do you want to try a little bit more pineapple, John? Just a little bit more,
Yeah.
and then top it off with root beer. But
What, a half an ounce? You think?
yeah, try it with a half an ounce,
So
but just taste it before you add root beer. Then.
Yeah. All right, Loriander.
Loriander even says a
See what you
half
got.
ounce. Way to participate. Thank you, sir.
Imperial measurements.
Oh, dang it, we want it this way. Pikachu likes it. Thanks, John, for suggesting that. How is it with more pineapple?
Yeah, a little more. It was kind of indistinct before. Now it's a little bit more pineapple, mellow. If you serve this drink to me as is, I might say, what's the difference between this and pineapple and rum? Why do you need all those other ingredients? So let me add the root beer to try to justify the root beer.
Okay, 2 full ounces, at least.
Yes.
The egg white part of it too. Although, you know what? I'm pretty happy now that because I keep looking at yours and I forget I got a good amount of head, so I got a good amount of flip or fizz to mine. But at first, I'm looking at yours. I'm like, what's the egg white adding? Because it's not even. I don't even feel like I'm getting a lot of viscosity from it. But I do like the head on it.
Oh, see, this is nice. Okay.
Now it's getting better.
Well, this is now like root beer with pineapple and the thickness of the egg. That's kind of fun.
Okay. And do you taste the vanilla more too? Like a little bit?
Yeah.
It's a little more complementary to the rum?
Yeah. And the Smith & Cross has sort of gone away, which is a little sad, but there's so much going on in this drink. Maybe Smith & Cross wasn't the right call.
Yeah, maybe.
Even though I put that shit in everything.
Right.
I drink it straight.
Well, and like I said, I feel like it's more cohesive with the more root beer because you get more vanilla to go with those flavors. Yeah. But otherwise, yeah, it is a little bit more sharper. Although I don't think something that provides a funkiness, I don't think that OFTD would be... Actually, I take that back. That OFTD would be interesting, but it's already so root beery in itself with the funkiness and the vanilla that comes through that particular one. Don't you think that has that molassesy, root beer note on it in itself? The OFTD that we like?
Right. Yeah, you did that with you did that on an Instagram post about that with coffee and Coke, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, then that was awesome. Yeah, OFTD and soda. Yes. In not plain soda, but like Coca-Cola or root beer. Yeah.
Right. It helps. Worthy Park, John, have you tried it? Loriander's saying it'll blow our minds. Now I gotta try and see if we can source it.
That's right. We'll look out for
Can
that.
you write that down so we don't forget it? It'll be nice for us to see what we can find. We're always up for those suggestions, Loriander, so thank you. That's awesome.
So on the side here, I think Yoshi said a little bit ago that cane rum, which comes from cane, and root beer, that also happens to use cane sugar, should blend awesome naturally, right? And so I just did the Eclipse rum with root beer, and yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Rum and root beer. Who knew?
Right. But they're not, and the funniest part is they're not too far off each other. Like we were just talking about with the OFTD and some of the different flavors from different places and the pits that they use. You're not too far off of those like rooty medicinal flavors. It's kind of a fun juxtaposition on that.
Okay, now that I've added more pineapple juice and root beer, I am happy to finish this drink. But it is... Have you ever encountered this, Billy, where it is too complicated a drink to justify the ingredients?
I've created a lot of drinks like that, yes. I totally know what you're talking about.
I'm not saying that, that you can create a very expensive drink and it'd be very nice, but this is a expensive to create drink, according to PDT, sourcing all these ingredients. And it's just... the way they spec'd it is just, could we have achieved the same thing, something better with just pineapple juice, root beer, and one rum? So three ingredients. Egg white, maybe.
Yeah. There are a lot of variations that are going through my head right now where I'm like, But yeah, I guess it's funny. Which makes more sense again. Why making it around for a special guest as opposed to like bringing it to the menu and being like, hey, let's put this on the menu every day, and everybody who's like, oh my god, it's got all my favorite rums, and then they get it and they're like, all right. All right.
I wonder, did we miss something?
No, we didn't miss anything. We could.
Can we still go get it at PDT? Like, can we fly to New York City right now?
No, but yes. Otherwise, yeah, it would be amazing.
They are open, by the way.
Are they really?
They are open.
It's a speakeasy with no windows.
They must be doing to-go food or something. Well, they're in the back of a hot dog store, so.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot what the dogs are called actually. Oh.
Criff dogs.
What?
Criff dogs.
That's well. Then, do you know who else? I forgot. Somebody else opened another hot dog spot. Dead Rabbit. Did they also open another one too? To get through the pandemic. It couldn't have hurt them.
Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
I gotta look it up now. I remember seeing something on Instagram.
Just the New York City explosion of to-go cocktails and hot dogs.
Right. Basically, like, what kind of shit can we sell to get somebody to be able to still buy our cocktails is basically what it is. What can I accrue that isn't going to cost me too much to make? Criff dogs. That's right, Yoshi. Thanks again for being here tonight as well. It's really nice to see you. All right, so do we got to hurry, John? How do you feel? I just realized we're at 8:21 and we got to start after hours here pretty soon. Not that we have to rush, but
yeah, we had one thing to get before we do that. We had one thing to get back to the elephant beer cocktail.
Oh my gosh, yeah. What do we have to get back to about it? That we are still.
Maybe John didn't hear it.
Oh,
did we talk about it?
Yeah, that there was like a flip idea,
Fizz
or
idea.
another fizz idea where we're using elephants as the
elephant and aquavit.
Yeah, with lemon.
Okay.
Which makes sense because lemon and aquavit are fantastic. What was our sweetener for that? Can't be the beer.
Oh, I don't know. I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge Loriander on that one. I'm excited.
Loriander, if you don't feel acknowledged, you let us know right now, because we're here for you.
Although, if we could weigh this stream by the amount we talk about elephant beer, it's probably too much elephant beer.
Right? With something that nobody knows what the hell we're even talking about. That's the best, except for Loriander. And your dad. Yeah, it would weigh.
All right.
It would be 2 elephants worth of beer if we were weighing all that elephant.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that, and we're looking forward to that coming together. We got Aquavit coming up in a few weeks, right?
That's true.
On the stream.
Have we set that date?
Let's say no.
Let's
just say it's coming up.
Okay.
Aquavit is on the roadmap.
I couldn't remember. Yeah, and I was just trying to remember whether we're talking about it for the shot or what. But John and I will regroup and we'll decide on that one. We've got a couple of different Aquavits and we've even found some cool cocktails. So, yeah, we're trying to get far ahead of the game to bring you fun stuff and let you know about it far enough so that you can actually follow along with us. And if you're local here, we're trying to let you know about all the food that we're about to switch to, the local beer, and the booze that we're either doing. In fact, tonight we're doing a local gin, which is River Rain, which is what we first started talking about. And then we also have said, in lieu of the Smith and Cross, having that around, that'd be a nice. And when we talk about shots, I gotta tell everybody, that means it can be a nice sipper. Like, we can have a beer and like sip, but it doesn't mean we're slamming back shots. That's how we do it at the end of the night in a restaurant. It doesn't mean we're just getting blitzed right away there in our own bar. No, have a little sip.
Right.
We're sitting around, chatting it out. Yeah, it's okay to sip your shots. Don't worry. Don't worry. You don't have to try and hang with Bree's alcohol consumption.
Oh, way to throw Bree under the bus.
I know, what the what?
I'm just teasing. Don't try and keep up with John and my alcohol consumption. You'll kill yourself. Bree was the normal one in there.
Alright. You can clean up?
All right, at least Tartar's is on Bree's side here.
Perfect. Who isn't on Bree's side,
Sorry.
really? She's gonna have the spin-off show. Bree!
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Code.
No. No one wants to see that.
R Studio.
Right?
I get down with some R.
Look at you.
Code.
Alright.
I just yell at it.
We're gonna clean up.
Okay.
We'll see y'all for food in just a few minutes. Oregon, what's up? And Breakside Brewery.
Alright.
No
Let's
burrito
go.
fee. Bye, y'all. We'll see you soon. Hang out.
Be right back.
Be right back. BRB. John.
Hello, everyone. Yes. Yes, Billy?
I just wanted to make sure you knew. It's your show. Tell us about why we're eating pho Oregon.
Oh my gosh. I moved to Portland for Pho, Oregon.
What?
I mean, it's very good pho. Like, there's a lot of bad pho out there. A lot of good pho. But this restaurant does it all. Has a giant menu. They do everything well. Giant space as we encounter today, which is a little iffy during the pandemic. But let's just leave that part out. A little busy for the pandemic. So very good. Just the food menu is excellent. But I gotta say, the thing that really made me want to move to Portland for this, for Pho, Oregon, was the avocado smoothie combined with espresso. I like to call it a javocado.
Javocado, nice.
Avocado.
Tell us more about it. What else is in this avocado smoothie that makes it good? Avocado and ice aren't going to do it.
I mean, it's just. Oh, it's probably. I think it's their condensed milk. I'm pretty sure it's just avocado, the condensed milk that they tend to use in coffee drinks. It's sweet, it's desserty, but then you get the bitterness from the coffee. Now, because it's late, I opted for no coffee, so this is just kind of my liquid dessert, an avocado smoothie. But if you can get it with the coffee, the espresso, oh my gosh, phenomenal.
All right, here's a big question: what booze would you put into it? If you had to make a booze,
You didn't think it'd be thirsty therapy without booze.
right? I mean, it sounds amazing as
What
it
would
is.
go in an avocado smoothie?
I may have to drive back.
Chinar? Sorry, my bad.
I have that. We can find out tonight.
As soon as you said
I'm
avocado,
just waiting. I'm just gonna wait for mine to thaw a little bit. I had a few sips on the drive home, but it's still frozen.
That's some patience. I don't know if I would have been able to do that. I'd be like, I'm just gonna drink it now.
He did it for the...
I had to spread the gospel of the
Yeah.
avocado smoothie from Pho, Oregon.
He did it for the greater good of our guests.
No, way to be.
Yes. And then as far as pho, I just got I always get the same thing, the large shrimp pho. It's in a beef broth. Beef is traditional. Shrimp, I believe, is not very traditional pho, but I don't know. I just like it.
All right, I'm gonna have to try shrimp. I got chicken. I'm a baby. I wasn't feeling the beef today, but I put so much stuff in my pho that it doesn't really matter what the broth is.
I was excited for everything
I'm
to
gonna
try.
look mine up too.
I got
Yeah, what'd you get?
I got beef with tenderloin, brisket, and one more thing. Forgot. 18. Oh no, I got 11.
Oh,
You
yes.
got 18.
Right, coriander. This should be in the fridge.
Thank you. You're 100%.
What
You actually missed that part when we were talking about it earlier.
Oh, the velvet lemon?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I put that away.
Well done, sir. I was just
Well
moving
done,
mine fast enough.
all of us.
What kind of beer did you get from Breakside tonight, John? You said you got the regular IPA?
Oh yeah, so we're drinking Breakside for the beer. I got there, I think it's... so they were out of the Pilsner. I like light beer, so I would have gone for that. I saw no less than 3 IPAs from Breakside, 3 different ones.
Yeah.
I went with the one, I believe it's their... I'm not sure it has a special name. It just says that it tastes like vinyl sounds.
Oh.
And I'm a vinyl listening hipster, so I went with that.
Nice, that's exactly what this one says. So yeah, this is their original, this is their flagship IPA. Which actually...
Okay, you got the same.
Yeah, cheers. This was actually my, what was it? My... What the fuck is the term that I always like using? My gateway drug into heavier IPAs.
IPA.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had this one before, I'm pretty sure, and yeah, it's not crazy. It's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really well balanced.
And Bree, what do you got?
I got What Rough Beast, which is their hazy IPA. So it's a
Yeah, I saw that was one of the other options.
Yeah.
Well, cheers.
Cheers. Uni Ebby, nice to see you. And we are loving that you.
Oh my gosh, Uni Ebby, thanks for backing me up on Faux Oregon.
Yes.
So yeah, that's why we brought them in. Thank goodness. Thank goodness they're here. We gotta show them off, along with Breakside Beer. Although I have to say, I'm very happy with this IPA, but I was really trying, hoping to find the Indian Golden Ale that they make. It's 8.1% alcohol, John, but the flavors are out of this world.
Yeah.
All right.
I feel like I'm not able to use chopsticks for some reason.
It's because you're on camera.
That's what happens.
Like feel like a poser. You're like, oh my god, I can't do this. Uni Ebby, we're so happy to see you.
Yes.
We hope you're doing well. We miss your real face, but your digital one is fantastic. Still makes us
Yes.
smile.
What is it? Ears burning? Is that what it is?
Right?
We
Yeah.
were talking about how much we missed you just earlier today.
Oh yeah. Don't worry, Brie will reach out. We got a couple things. Got some things. Man, I love this cilantro.
I know I didn't get a little bit more.
All right, John. What's the verdict? You happy? Right? Like a mother's milk, right back to where you want to be? What brought you here?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, this is delicious. It hits the spot. Wish I would add some spring rolls.
Oh,
Yeah.
there is. Did you get spring rolls?
We chickened out. We didn't think they'd hold up, and then we didn't know about the amazingness that you described.
Oh, so there's a special one that I wanted to get, but they were out today when I showed up a little bit after you. Oregon Dem Quan.
Okay.
You can. I think they're closed now, but tomorrow everybody at home go order Pho Oregon, get the Oregon Dem Quan. It's a spring roll that contains a fried roll
Wait, what?
and a whole slice of sausage the entire length of the
No
roll.
way. What?
It's awesome.
So
So you get the spring roll, but with the crispiness of the fried roll.
Like
So there's
salad roll.
a salad roll with a fried roll inside? Okay.
It's very thin,
I would like that.
so it still leans on the side of a fresh roll, a salad roll.
Yeah.
But just a little bit of that crispiness and then hunk of meat. Why
A
not?
little bit of fried. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I've gotten from this little Thai restaurant that we go to sometimes in Woodstock. They have a what's it called? A firecracker roll. Is that what it is?
Shout out to Woodstock. What Thai restaurant?
Oh shit.
It's called Tom Yum.
Thank you. I'm like the menu's
Yeah.
literally sitting in the middle of my center console right now. Yeah, like their stuff, but their salad rolls, and they have they have one with like chicken that goes through the middle of it, which I'm big. I've always just liked the tofu ones the best, but this one does well. Lemongrass chicken right in the middle. All of a sudden I'm like, ooh, all right, I'm digging on the meat.
Yeah, it was good.
John, this is good.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was delicious.
It's so delicious. Anybody else out
Even though
there
re-
joining us?
Reheating mine, it worked out.
Yeah, ours worked out great. Is there any one of our guests out there also partaking in Pho Oregon?
Yoshi earlier mentioned that she had already finished her spring rolls.
Right? That's right.
Wait, tartare.
I wonder if that was a...
Yeah, what other schools over there? All right.
Ah, I see. One of my best friends also went to Reed.
I fell off my bike in DC and went to Walter Reed Medical Center one time.
No, you didn't.
way to connect it, Billy.
Nailed it. Just kidding. Not a senator. They wouldn't have let me into Walter Reed.
My favorite was I drove by Reed the other day, and they have like signs everywhere. Like, this is not for you.
This is not an
Stay
open
off.
campus.
And then like all the students are like on the like lawn, just like chilling in the sun. But there's like signs everywhere. Private. Don't. This isn't for public use. I was like, way to keep it for your own.
What does that mean? Why would they put up those signs? Is that temporary?
It's for COVID. They're trying to like keep people from like mingling, because like I think the neighbors would use it as like a
It's a
park
park
to
that
hang
somebody
out.
has
Like it's
to
a
get
big like
Campus.
I'm like losing the word, but like big grassy area.
to. Noel.
Knoll. Sure.
That's what I was gonna say. The grassy
Yeah.
knoll at Reed. Yeah.
So
We're fun out there.
yeah, it's just so usually like Tarkart says, usually it's open. Like families, you'll see families over there playing frisbee and stuff like that. But like I think they're just trying to like tone down on the mixing of people and keeping their students safe, which makes sense. But yeah, I'm sure the neighbors are probably not happy. But there's other parks in that area.
Yeah, those neighbors have a lot of options. I think they'll be. I think they'll all be fine. I think they might get mad and fly to Puerto Rico. In fact.
Tartarts, probably you didn't overlap. Like I want to say, I don't think she's here. It was like the 90s, I think. Like 90. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the 90s. She graduated high school early. Yeah, 90s, 99-ish.
Lorianne, are our bars just technically kind of open? Everybody's kind of deciding that they're just done altogether with COVID, so. All the restaurants are at 25% capacity, I think, right inside, John?
50.
God. That.
That was just a week or two ago. But the thing is, they still have to keep parties 6 feet apart. So some bars were too compact to do that.
Right.
So it's up to the bars to whether they can safely reopen. For example, Hale Pele, one of the tiki spots that we've mentioned so many times. That is such a theatrical enclosed space that they are still doing only to-go food and to-go cocktails.
Same with Eam, I think, right? They said that they're not comfortable.
Yeah, I don't think there's
comfortable
any indoor
opening.
space there. Yeah.
And coming from a lot of colleagues, like none of us are vaccinated and would have to take the most of the risk to do that, to make that happen. So, and you're right, Tartar. Eam has a great outdoor setup.
Yeah, I
so
hope they get to keep it.
why not? That's one thing. I know that they put thousands of dollars into creating these spaces. And now the city says that they're going to let them keep them for
At least through the summer.
And I would push for longer. Even that being said, knowing that we're in a city with some of the worst fucking parking to ever exist, and you need like every bit of parking you can, I really, really appreciate and what it does for traffic and everything else, having those spaces. I think I'd love having those as an option for a long-term thing. But it's also cold as fuck here and rainy in the winter, and I'm not sure that if they've paid for themselves, if anybody's watching who's had to throw those into their own place, tell us. If they paid for themselves, then it's worth it, but...
Yeah, I'm for the outdoor.
Yeah.
Ventilation's actually like
That's all I want.
the number one thing for this virus specifically, and other respiratory viruses, and it's hard to get the right ventilation in like a tiny building. I mean, if you get a really expensive air purifier, you can probably get enough air exchanges, but like outdoors is like the way to go. I think from here on out, if you can do it, if you can find a way to have it covered and warm enough, like covered in like open air.
And
Doesn't
doesn't it seem like I belong outdoors? Let's be honest. Like, slightly obnoxious. You don't want to you don't want this voice reverberating off too many walls. Like, couldn't you see me in
Billy,
a
when
great
was the last time you were outside?
patio? Outside? Just like
Okay, yeah.
Outside
I
of
mean-
my backyard?
I mean, I guess I talked to you on your patio. We were both wearing masks,
Yeah.
socially distant. Did you ever, I don't know, take a walk?
Oh, We did for a while. We got in a good habit for a while.
For like a
taking
couple
walks.
weeks, we did good. Yeah, we did. We haven't been taking walks lately.
We have a pretty awesome backyard, I will say that.
We get out a lot. The kids have been
But-
like, yeah.
I didn't know about the backyard.
Yeah, we have a
We have a huge half extra lot that we bought when we bought this house, so that we could have like an extra huge backyard. So even with a full size rectangular trampoline and raised beds and all that stuff, it's a lot.
Billy does need ventilation.
Billy the Ventilated.
Right now, I just noticed he's still Billy the Stirred. His thing didn't get updated like the rest of ours.
Oh, he's not Billy the Fizz.
Oh well, it's alright.
That's all right.
He'll be okay.
Oh yeah, Bree the Punch, right? Another kind of drink. Mule Fizz Punch.
Yeah, and in
Nice.
fact, we did all of those tonight because that was Tartar's pick was a punch.
Oh, it was a punch?
Yeah.
Huh.
Oh, what made it a punch?
He's chewing.
I think based on its flavor, its composition, the fact that it had a couple of different, the fact that it had what was supposed to be the ginger syrup as well as the velvet falernum, and the amount of spices. I think that made it similar to, like, really similar to like a quick punch, that kind of style of a drink.
That's interesting.
Although I'm
That is interesting.
probably like wrong, but I think of certain kinds of drinks as being like a punch style.
I get it because, well, I can
But I'm
see
not
that
for the
because
drink,
it was so different than my drink, than the first drink, which they had a lot of overlapping ingredients: house ginger beer, muddled cucumber. To swap out the spirits. No, they just tasted distinctly different.
And the ratio of alcohol to other things too, to me. When there's not necessarily like yours was much more alcohol forward, too, and the ratio of other components was much higher with the other drinks. So it's not as boozy necessarily, or the booze is kind of hidden in it. It doesn't necessarily, which I think with true punches they do that, not necessarily trying to make them complement, and you still taste the initial booze of it. But that's just kind of how I like categorize things in my head. I think it's logical, but I'm not sure that I'm. So
What are
somebody
other
out there will
What
know
are
that I'm
other
right.
punches?
Oh my god, I don't know. I'm brain dead right now. I know you can make like a nice punch with an oleo sacrum. Let's see. What's a really quick punch that I made? There's an Angostura punch that I made with lemon oleo sacrum, like a half ounce, 4 or 5 dashes of Angostura. What the fuck else was in it? Orange juice, lemon juice, and then bourbon or whiskey. But to me, see, you're mixing a couple different juices. They're not just things that are accentuating the flavor of the spirit. They're more like you could keep swapping out the spirit for different things, just like they did with the.
So it's like, like old school. There's a punch bowl, a teenage dance, and you pour a bottle of booze in it, and no one can taste the booze. And then
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that idea.
right.
Okay.
more juice or mixture forward.
Yeah.
For upcoming books, like we've gotten to Imbibe, which talks about the career of Jerry Thomas, a 19th century bartender, and I'm gonna grab these. Imbibe and the Savoy Cocktail Book, again, an old era of measuring and a lot of unheard of cocktails that have just never entered the classic canon, I guess.
Right.
Because there's so many in both of these. And punches come up a lot in those, right?
Usually it's a mixed in a large batch.
So it's like about like a big
in
like a large
there,
Large
so that they
format.
can just pour it over ice and have it pre-made. And that goes along with Tark's question about are there classic punches, and you just named the two places to find probably the most comprehensive amount of early punches. But if you think about it, you can do non-alcoholic punches and all these other things where you're basically gathering an amalgamation of sweet ingredients with fruit.
Gotcha. Yeah, John, look it up.
Yeah, do you think it's got a
Yeah.
definition in there? A punch of what a... Because that's the other part is you can make a punch out of so many different things. You can have some sherbets in it for alcoholic, non-alcoholic. You can use the base of oleosaccharum for it. What have you found? Where do you find it?
I mean, I don't know. So chapter 3 is called Punches. The whole chapter of this book.
Well,
And notice I went for the kind of historian's recreation of following Jerry Thomas. The Savoy, it just lists ingredients A to Z, so I wouldn't expect to find punches called out in there.
right.
For nearly 200 years, from the 1670s to the 1850s, the kingdom of mixed drinks was ruled by the bowl of punch, a large-bore mixture of spirits, citrus, sugar, water, and spice that bears the same relation to the anemic concoctions that pass under its name today that gladiatorial combat does to a sorority pillow fight.
Well, there you go. I think that's... Did I kind of touch on that? That it's like a softer, more like fruity,
I'm not sure if I should be offended.
punchy... Oh, the sorority fight portion of it?
Just teasing.
It's a
Just,
sexist
this
call on
idea of, like,
from the 1800s. That's weird.
Yeah, you're right.
That's weird. Could have been written from 20 years ago and still have the same sexist
true.
connotation.
Is David Wondrich going to get canceled?
Nah, don't cancel.
Sorority pillow fight.
I know.
Apparently, he's never been in a sorority knife fight.
Now we're
My
talking.
sorority.
Yeah, motherfucker.
I'm just gassed from reading that sentence. That was a long sentence.
That was long since you're like, whoa.
You see the banana part that I was talking about?
Oh,
I'll fast forward to a notable
no. Ooh, yeah, totally.
recipe from here, from this chapter. I guess I'll go with the first one, the section called Brandy Punch.
Brandy punch. Brandy seems like a gross and punch.
Yeah, it was one of the first liquors made out of old grapes left over from wine, so it makes sense.
I guess we mix anything with fruit and sugar.
In Yankee land, the papers say Barnum talks Maine law all day, but beneath his monster show, Brandy Punch is all the go.
Wow. Is this whole book like a big book of like
Old
like
calls
is it even
or
like alliteration? What the hell are we dealing with here?
those would be advertisements, wouldn't they? Or those
Yeah,
are
is that like an
preacher
advert? Like,
warnings.
is this person's words?
Don't head to the Yankee land. Barnum will get you.
In Jerry Thomas's hands, the individual Brandy Punch is the very epitome of the fancy drink. Indeed, he felt so strongly about it that one of the book's few illustrations was devoted to it. All right, here's the recipe. 1 tablespoonful raspberry syrup. 2 tablespoonfuls white sugar. 1 wine glass, or 2 ounces today, of water. 1.5 wine glass, or 3 ounces, of brandy. Half a small-sized lemon. 2 slices of orange. 1 piece of pine apple.
Is there a hyphen? Did you get a hyphen?
Yeah, there is a
Yeah,
hyphen in the
I heard
pineapple. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing
I
that.
appreciate it.
Sugar should be super fine. Notes on ingredients. The sugar should be super fine. The brandy cognac. And the berries, whatever strikes your fancy. That's a fun
This
sentence.
is a fun sentence. This whole thing's a little.
The brandy cognac.
Yep. They want it from the Champagne region, right? Of France. They want that particular kind.
I want none of that false brandy.
Right. Well, you know, I will say I was just gonna get a little snooty about that, but now the more I think about it, I wonder though, when it comes to the subtleties of me using oak-aged white wine vinegar as opposed to oak-aged champagne vinegar, and there's a distinct difference for what I use. I wonder if that's the same kind of sharpness because it has to do with the yeast that's used, the champagne yeast that's created in that. I mean, more than just it being in that region. So, curious. I wonder if maybe the bite of it, because you have a sharper bite, just like what we were talking about with this particular cognac that we used tonight. We used E&J or even a better brandy, like it'd be a lot softer and sweeter and more caramely. It wouldn't have that hot bite to it. It's good looking shrimp. As you're holding them up there, sir, you're doing great.
Down to my last one.
Are you saving it? I do that all the time.
Yeah, the pho is sort of over once the last piece of meat is.
Yeah.
But here we go.
Right, oh my God.
Make sure to get that hoisin sauce on there.
Thank you.
Hoisin and meat, whether land or seafood. What a treat.
You know it.
What's in your shot glass, John?
Oh, we haven't talked about today's shot.
Yeah.
So we have Brickside beer and shot of Smith & Cross. Beer and a shot.
We've got some too.
We've talked so much about Smith & Cross, and this is the first time we've ever drank it on the channel in the Silver Root Beer Fizz. And now just gonna have a little bit of it straight.
Yeah, so for any of you out there that followed along and saw that we were doing Smith & Cross and or River Rain gin, depending on who has what at this point.
Yeah.
There are no wrong answers.
I really like the smell of it. I'm excited to.
Oh
It's
my
the
God,
first
it's
time
so
Bree's
good.
ever had it.
I've never had it.
Are you sipping it now?
Mm-hmm. It's delicious.
Yeah.
I really like
Yeah.
it.
I was holding off. I didn't want it to go interfere with all the flavors of the pho, but it is great.
It's really yummy.
Yeah, it's delicious. I love the nose. I love the heat and the spice.
Yeah, I like the heat too.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's funny. This is one of the first things where I'm really like,
Yay!
I like the nose of it, but I don't hate having it in a snifter. Or not a Glencairn, not a snifter. Sorry, a Glencairn. Or
What's a sniffer?
Glencairn,
Like a big.
like a brandy snifter. Yeah, it's like similar idea, but that you can actually aerate it and swirl it like you can in a wine glass with a much smaller circumference on the top, so that you're not getting as much of a burn in your nose and like all like encompassing
Cheers.
your olfactory glands.
Cheers to our carts.
To Smith & Cross.
To Smith & Cross, everyone. Cheers.
It is so good by itself. I actually normally do it in a Glencairn glass.
Do you?
What's on your shot glass?
It's I have these it's an X. I have a like X and O tic-tac-toe shot glasses.
Oh.
I
Cute.
think I inherited these from a college friend.
They're cute.
Was it like ping
Sadly-
pong? Like, oh, sorry, I cut you off. Sadly,
Sadly, they are. I don't think they're on the stream. That'd be wild, actually, if he showed up. And you could say, "Dude, those shot glasses look familiar." Oh God, that was over a decade ago.
you said you'd give him back the next weekend.
Oh my god. I'm coming for it.
Were they originally
he-
like have little ping pong balls that fell in it? Like you could play. Like, was it a game, a drinking game, or just cool looking?
Well, I don't. It was probably supposed to be a drinking game, But this friend that I'm thinking of, James, we didn't play drinking games together. We weren't that kind of friend. He wasn't that kind of fraternity brother. Sorry, sorority, pillow fights, fraternity,
My goodness.
tic-tac-toe drinking games.
Wait, were you in a fraternity?
No.
Okay.
No. I don't... Yeah, I wish he was here to kind of remind me of the circumstances that I inherited these.
It'd be awesome if he just like showed up in the chat all of a sudden. He's like, whoa. It'd be so cool.
Yeah. How can you forget? It was
He keeps getting like whiffs of the stream, screenshots or whatever, and he says he owns a restaurant in Seattle, and he says, "Come be my bartender."
Aw, I love that.
Oh, that's awesome. Where in Seattle?
He is the proprietor of Watson's Counter in Ballard, Seattle, Washington.
We really
Go
like
check them out.
Ballard.
They're one of the top brunches.
Yeah, I'd love to go there.
Yeah, is that the spot that we like a lot?
Oh.
Yeah, we like
Ballard's
that
cool.
place.
Yeah, Ballard's really happening, especially lately.
It's expensive.
Yes.
Isn't that-
I know some people who got priced out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's changed a lot since when I grew up in the Seattle area.
Yeah.
I hear that a lot.
What
About
part of Seattle did you grow up in?
Oh, the suburbs, Bothell,
Okay.
about 20 minutes north of Seattle. 20 minutes, 20 miles.
Do you just drive in then? There's so many waterways. I'm like, I wonder if you could like live what seems like so much further away and just like boat into Seattle or the area.
Kelly has boat
Get
dreams.
an old bass boat. And just drive it.
I should have, because traffic is so bad there.
Yeah.
Or even when I was growing up there, when traffic wasn't as bad, just everything, it's such a sprawl. Like the what do you call it? The address designation of Seattle just extends to so much area that when someone says they're from Seattle, what do you mean? Because I'll say that with Bothell, and that is its own town, but it was always a 30 to 40 minute drive into where stuff was happening in Seattle. Yeah, it's just everything's so spread apart there. Meanwhile, in Portland, anywhere you want to go in Portland is 15 minutes away,
Yeah.
end to end.
Right. That's true.
But Seattle's
Unless
crazy.
you're in
It's like-
traffic.
It feels like a project to go anywhere. Like, let's go downtown.
Yeah.
You're like, do we have to?
Is my mom in the chat? She would attest to this. She'd be like, "Oh, I've been planning 6 months for my trip to the Seattle Opera downtown." That's what she would say right now.
Right.
Uniabi.
Yes, you heard
Yes.
right.
Yes, Uniabi. Yeah, I'm from there.
Did you grow up there? Like, did you live there your whole?
Oh, Woodinville, our arch enemy.
Oh, no way. Let's see, Bothell had the brothel and Woodinville had the mill, and only one of them could make it out alive.
Is it? Are you freestyling a limerick?
Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing right now. This is how my brain works.
When Billy thinks
It's a
of,
scary
like,
moment.
rivals or like arch enemies, he goes way back. It's not like football or like school.
Well, my favorite thing is that all of these are always derived from like some weird fucking thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, Miller, John's, like someone's last name Miller actually came because we're very uninventive and they had a mill back in their family 200 years ago.
Sure.
So, yeah, you never know. I was trying to tie it in for everybody.
Thank
Somebody
you.
had to pick a team.
Yeah, Woodinville had everything. They had the richer school. They had the movie theater. They had the shopping mall. Bothell had a high school football team.
Okay, so that was like it.
We had that.
Yeah.
Nowadays, Uniabi, that's so cool that you're from there. That's great. I love Woodinville. But nowadays, I haven't been back in a while. Bothell, it's kind of on the up and up. They've got a McMenamins now. I don't know if you've ever heard of McMenamins.
Wait, McMenamins extended outside of Oregon? now?
Oregon. Yeah. they in Washington in Bothell.
Whoa.
Wow.
And I think, well, and then the University of Washington expanded there. I think Google's there now.
Oh, no shit.
Huh.
Wow.
It's weird. Well, let's just set aside those latter ones for a second. Just I remember people going from all over to Seattle to Bothell. You know, it became a driving destination. Like, what is this McMenamins thing?
Oh my gosh.
We heard about this fancy place. They make their own beer there. Look, their beer steins have faces on them. That's so. Their beer.
You know what they did? So here in Portland we have the Kennedy School, where they converted an old elementary school. Is it?
Yeah.
And they put
It's a school.
5 bars in it, 3 restaurants, a hotel, a spa, a movie theater. That's what McMenamins does. They convert these old buildings. It's cute, really cute. I have the passport. You know, I've been to a bunch of their locations, and each one's a little bit different, kitschy. And so in Bothell, they repeated the same formula. They converted an old school to it's called the Anderson School. It's just like the Kennedy School here in Portland. It's actually where I learned to swim, or failed to learn to swim.
Wait,
you failed
as
to
an
learn to
adult, they're at the Kennedy at not the Kennedy School, but at the what was it again?
No, as a kid, when it was still
a real school?
A school in my school district, I took swimming lessons.
God.
How did you fail to learn to swim though? Like you just didn't learn?
I don't know how to. I just don't know how to
Still
swim.
don't know how to
now.
swim.
Billy can teach you how to swim.
No.
Billy used to teach swim lessons.
Really?
Yeah. To
Yeah.
adults
Really?
and kids, and yeah, he's.
I ran a swim school for a little while.
Yeah.
Oh no, that is a new meaning for thirsty therapy.
Yeah. Swim lessons with Billy.
Swim lesson therapy. You thirsty for some salt water of the ocean, John? What?
Now that's no place to start. We gotta
So
start you
that
in
was
a
one
pool.
of the things that Billy and I, like when we moved here, when we grew up in Arizona, and like nobody didn't know how to swim. Like that wasn't a thing. Like you never met someone that didn't know how to swim. Like you had
There was a
to learn
pool
how
in
to
almost
swim.
every backyard, so people drowned
You
like
would die.
all the time. Like,
Yeah.
like no joke. There were like 30 kids a year would drown. So like, people like fuck that. Look, teach your kids how to
You
swim.
had
I was
to
one of the one of the lifeguards at the local
Yeah.
pools, and was like, teach your kids how to swim.
Yeah. So, but when we moved here, like I know so many people that don't swim.
You know?
So.
We will do that, Tart Tarts. I think we should do
We
that.
should totally do that.
It might be a hot 6 months down the road, but we'll see what we can work out.
But yeah, no one's worried swimming right now.
Well, I meant 6 months because who knows? Like, yeah, exactly. If we're lucky, we'll find a house with a.
A pool?
Yeah.
It's we'll tie it into the show a little bit more because we'll do the swim lessons at the McMenamins
Oh.
where I
Yeah.
Oh my God,
learned-
that'd
I
be
took
perfect.
lessons as a kid. It's a tiki bar.
Oh my God, that's fantastic. So now we do that and then tiki afterwards. You get to, for every back float I can get you to do, right? You get to get a drink.
And every time you're like, John, why you keep fucking up? It's like, I hit the tiki bar before this. I'm sorry, I haven't been listening.
Huh? John, you're at the bottom. I can't hear you either.
Wait, so Tartar's rewind. You in order
Yeah,
to
what
graduate
island?
high school, you had to learn how to swim.
Because they live in a, because they live in
Oh.
a. So where?
it's
What
like us.
island? Now I want to know. Was that anywhere near Seattle? Bree and I have talked about island living.
Oh my gosh.
We've heard good and
Billy's trying
and
to
bad
get me to move
things.
to so many islands. So
Oh, you have no idea. I like the idea of one really close
Alaska.
to. Oh shit! No, Sitka, but shit, that's a lot. That I
not
wasn't
recommended.
expecting.
I feel like that's not an island I want to go to.
I'm good. I'm good.
Billy's freezing.
I'm like, this is as cold as I can get. I've figured out I'm screwed if my body gets any colder than this. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking different kinds of islands.
Billy's like, wait, yeah, not cold islands.
I didn't graduate high school because I was growing up on a rum plantation, rum distillery in Jamaica, and so I had to stay in Jamaica and
sounds awesome.
make rum all my life.
What a horrible life it is, right? I know.
Damn.
Sounds awesome.
Perfect for Americans to tell you how unproductive you are. Like, as you fucking blissfully go to sleep every night, and yeah.
Sounds amazing.
You know what I mean? Like, you
So,
fulfilled.
all I'm asking is learning to swim on, in the rum distillery or Sitka, Alaska.
Yeah, no, from
Which would you pick, Tart?
right, right. I think she made her choice. This broadcast isn't coming to us from Sitka, Alaska. Or is it?
Or is it? Dum, dum, dum.
This episode brought to you by
Right.
Alaska.
Meanwhile,
Google.
have you
We have to backpedal everything in case they ever want to become
right? No,
sponsors.
and I completely agree. But wouldn't it be the Alaska Transportation or Alaska Visitors Authority or something like that?
Is it
Yeah, I
actually-
agree with you on that one, Tarts. Even Portland is getting. I've had one of my, thanks to COVID, I had my worst end of winter for sure this year.
Yeah. We almost moved to Hawaii, and then we
Right.
found out why nobody was living on the Big Island where the houses were so cheap.
I've had a bunch of in fact, that house that I found that I wanted to move in that already had a place for my mother-in-law went for $40,000 less than they were asking.
Yeah, they
for
like
it.
can't get anybody to move there.
No. Apparently, there's a rash of stabbings. I had no idea. Anyway, we won't get
Billy's
into
like,
that.
why are houses so cheap on the Big Island? I'm like, I don't know. There's probably something bad. And then he found out that people were being stabbed.
I looked it up, and it didn't look all that great, John. But I do think getting trapped in a house when that is what you get to see
Right.
is still could be better than being trapped in a house in only gray. But I don't know. I'm
coming
halfway
out of
there.
it.
We're coming out of it, so I'm all of a sudden forget. It's like having a kid. I'm suddenly forgetting the hard parts. Like, look at the sun.
The summer's
Was
here.
I sad? Nah. Ooh, Tarts, no. Sorry. Love you, but no way are we having some shitty Alaskan amber next week's beer. Just kidding. But not.
It's either some local or something Rainier.
Yeah.
Right? Or something.
Although I was
some-
thinking we
something
should do like Seattle beer too. Yeah.
That's because she wants to bring in Rubens.
Yeah.
I don't
Rubens?
blame her for that.
That's
It's
my
one of our
favorite.
favorite breweries.
I don't know.
Well, our friend from Queen Anne, who actually grew up in Queen Anne, and I had the same conversation with him. Wow, I never knew you were so rich. And he said, my mom and dad are teachers and bought this house for $140,000.
Yeah, and they're in Ballard.
40 years ago. No, Queen Anne is where they live.
No, where we were. Oh, yeah. I mean, we were across. You're right. It was Queen Anne.
It's supposedly a really nice place. Anyway, I was like, oh yeah, because they let us park our car near there. And like, oh, you can park your car at my parents' house because it's a good central location. Parking costs like $40 a night.
Well, yeah, because we had to drive because there was a friggin' landslide and we couldn't take the train.
Couldn't take the train. We had train tickets. Landslide. Ended that trip. And but yeah, I was like, oh my god, and yeah, he was like, yeah, no, the housing prices have just gone up. They're just way super fancy up here now. Shot through the roof. That's what happens, I guess, when you get Google.
That's too bad Alex had to drop. I think he lives on Queen Anne right now.
Yeah.
I visited him.
Wow. More racing.
What's going on outside?
It's a party.
Saturday night. No, I visited Alex about a year ago. Before the most recent shutdown. God, I have no sense of time. And yeah, it's crazy like how central that is to everything in Seattle now. Downtown and the businesses around South Lake Union. It's crazy.
Yeah. That was our second time there. We had a really good time, but it was one of those gorgeous things where you're like, this is cool to come visit for a little while, but yeah, you're like, oh yeah, we met a couple of families there. They were like, oh yeah, we just, like you said, John, we plan a day to come downtown and go to like the Children's Museum and all the little things that were like centralized downtown.
Yeah.
like the area around the Space Needle and stuff. Because otherwise they're like, no, we got an hour drive to get home, and they were saying that they live like 40 miles outside of Seattle. It was still Seattle, just like you were saying, but that's. They were like, yeah, we could never live right here. We were like, this place is great. Why don't you live closer? Like, they like giggled us right out of the way.
They're like
stupid.
That.
Right.
Yeah, I could think of some districts on the outer fringes. It's still technically Seattle, but some districts where I'd be very happy to live, but I would never be able to leave that district. I would just have to, whatever the cute hipster ice cream shop is, and the hipster bar, and the hipster grocery store.
Yeah.
That would have to be my contentment forever, because just the commute, getting around is crazy.
Yeah, that sounds shitty. But I guess
Portland.
at least you have your little you can have your little spot.
That said, if you're viewing from somewhere that's not Portland, don't come here.
Yeah.
Right.
We don't want you.
It's terrible.
It's awful.
No, everything.
It's
Everything's
terrible.
all the time.
Everything's burning.
It rains all the time.
I will say this though, I was shocked about Seattle when we were walking around, and like there were so many small little like not out of business like stores and storefronts, and like little would be mom and pops that I would expect to see.
When was this?
2 years ago,
Almost
3.
30.
I just more than I expected.
Oh, no, maybe
We were around the
two.
college
I don't
and around
know.
those same
This
areas.
last year,
and
I'm
I
like,
was
my ability to like
right,
figure out
judge
what things were are like so hard now.
Oh yeah, glad I'm not alone.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like I think it literally was 2 years ago,
In the
but it feels
before
like
time.
a lifetime
Right.
ago. Like I don't
before
know,
time.
back when you went
Yep.
places, when was that?
I went to a place.
Right. I remember it well. As it is now, I can barely talk to anybody. I was at the grocery store a couple days ago to get our passion fruit, and somebody was like, I had got stopped to do something. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. And I was like, that's okay. I forgot what I was doing too. And aren't we all just really trying to fake it to get through this shit anyway? Like, and she just started laughing. She's like, yeah, I don't think I've been out of the house in the last week anyway. It's just hard to even look at people. I'm like,
It's
yeah,
so weird.
it's all right. We'll all make it. I'm not judging you. Don't judge yourself. You're in good shape.
You're doing great. You made it out of the house.
You were conscientious enough to be aware that you may or may not have been in someone's way. You're okay in my book. Thank you.
Nice.
You're obviously there enough.
Right?
Be a considerate human being. I had, speaking of, earlier we were talking about PDT and them setting some rules aside. There, I saw on Instagram after I posted about our show today, the one that came through right after that was one from a brewery in Seaside.
Yeah.
Which was pleasantly surprised to see that they were like, what do they call it? Surcharges. They're right at the door. They were like, please take note of new surcharges. And first one was $50 for anyone who doesn't wear their mask correctly or at all in this establishment, or something like that, or when they come in, or something like that. And then an additional $75 fee will be added if there's any reason that if I need to listen to an explanation of why you shouldn't do this.
Oh my gosh, I love
For
it.
me, yeah, that's what it was. For me, listening to your reasoning behind why you shouldn't wear a mask.
Yeah, and you're like, shut the fuck up. Put your mask
$50 for not wearing your mask, $75 more if you gotta fucking tell me why you shouldn't have to do this.
Oh my
Cool
gosh.
story. Shut the fuck up. Great. Everybody else here is worried about it. Cool that you're not. Put your fucking mask on, or go fucking make your own hamburger, I guess. I think that's what they... Don't fucking fire up the stove. You'll be alright.
Right. Yeah.
Kind of like what we talked about earlier, right, John? Like, hey, there's some rules. You don't like them, you don't have to fucking come here. It's pretty easy. Just don't come. You can make whatever rules you want in your restaurant.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
I wish that seems to be a hard lesson to. That it keeps coming up and up again that, oh, but it's my freedom of speech,
Right.
or some First Amendment shit.
Right. To make you do what I want you to do. Get the fuck out of here. Don't forget the Second Amendment was put there to keep the First Amendment in fucking check.
Okay.
So you can say whatever you want, but you're gonna get shot. So shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's not even that. But more like people misinterpreting the First Amendment.
Well, they're
though.
them just like they use everything else.
Right.
They pick and choose shit very selectively to try and
because-
achieve their argument that is based in nothing but selfishness.
So historically, though, the freedom of speech was for the press. It wasn't like based on an individual level. It was like based so that the press had the freedom to like call up the government, and the press had the freedom to like hold people accountable for things that like.
Wasn't this before the press, or was it you're citing slightly before that? It was more the individuals were
I
the
don't
press.
think it was though.
I think people they were talking about Thomas Paine and Alexander Hamilton and things like that that were actually like writing specifically against, because wasn't that early on? Wasn't that a early creation of the First Amendment? So it was made long before necessarily there was an idea of press as much as there was people made shit on a printing press.
No, that's still the press though. The First Amendment to the United States is from history.com, so we'll say that. But, I mean, it's history, like History Channel, history.
Just regards, not to everything. Just in regards to
Yeah, just in regards to government. Yeah, that's kind of what I was meaning. Like, it was specifically against, like, anti-government
That's
speech.
okay,
Yeah,
and that's
sorry,
what I was.
trying to
I'll
get to.
agree
Like,
with you on that. That's what I was trying to say.
not like me being able to,
individuals.
like, say whatever I want to you, like,
Right.
personally.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you, Tarts. That's what I was trying to say. Like, it's not about, like, me being able to, like...
No, 100%.
Yeah.
Which is why I also think that the idea that, like, then now they've extended that same freedom or those same human qualities and characteristics to corporations. Now you really have now corporations have a freedom of speech to things that don't, whether they're true or not true. You know,
Wait.
these ideas.
Hold on. You have a degree in early American history?
Tarts does? Who's that?
No,
Oh, you
I
asked
it
me.
anyway.
Oh.
I was like, wait, someone has that?
We had to fix that scrolling.
Yeah. Okay. Just checking. I was like, wait
Not
a
me.
minute. That's a thing? I was like, that's a thing?
That is a thing, of course. Somebody
But
could
just
get,
specifically
could get a
early
degree in
American
everything.
history?
Get a degree in anything.
Well, yeah. Interesting.
But I think Tarts broke
Yeah.
it down.
Yeah.
That's more, it's like against the government. Like, especially being able to call out your government. If you don't agree with that.
But just like anything else that people want to use, they're like that. They use religion over and over again to do the same thing. It's just this idea that like somebody can find a hard rule that they can eschew to justify an individual thing, an individual circumstance, not a thing, an individual circumstance that fits them. It's also very, very similar to now the type of information streams that we get. They're very self-centered that's a bunch of bullshit. They're saying the thing about the guy that I like. They're saying that he's a jerk. No, fuck that. Or they're saying, yeah, you know what I mean? And like, I'll focus more on the news and the information that agrees with me more than anything else.
Right. Well, it's
Such a shitty part of human nature, but apparently it's...
Well, and now it's like we're not, like, we've lost the seeking of the truth is no longer important. It's the truth that suits my narrative.
It's my freedom, because it's my freedom to choose if the planet's flat, right, John? Come on, John, tell everybody about how you got on this new flat Earth train. I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. I'm so sorry.
That's going to be my spin-off.
Right? You're like, you son of a bitch! You took my...
You're stealing my thunder. I've got a stream coming up. It's about flat Earth.
Yeah.
We just sit around and we make a flat Earth cocktail every episode.
What's a flat Earth cocktail? I'm intrigued.
Every cocktail he pours in a plate with mashed potatoes, surrounded by mashed potatoes. The The plate surrounded by mashed potatoes, because that's supposedly how the idea. Of
Oh,
the
is
platter,
that the idea?
That there's ice, that there are ice mountains surrounding.
I still haven't heard.
So the
like, a
ocean
valid-
doesn't fall off.
Is
So-
it AMF served on a plate. That's what that tart said.
Yes. And they don't give you a straw tarts. They give you
You
a
have to,
teeny
like-
tiny little wash rag that you have to wring out in your mouth every.
Yeah, that's served in a washer.
Just fucking take it. Oh,
Oh goodness.
Do you think like the aviary has any cocktails served out of a wash rag?
They haven't met me yet. I'm just-
Like that's some gastronomic shit right
Yeah.
there.
It's like you like taste the.
Oh my god, we could do that.
We could
Oh, the
totally
mind is churning right now. What if I froze it, right? I froze a washcloth, so everybody gets like a frozen washcloth. It's gotta sit there for 5 minutes, and then you wring it out into a really pretty Glencairn glass with your own initials on it.
You could do it. There's some
shit.
yuppies that would pay for it.
People would pay for that. If you made it taste good enough and made it with expensive no shit, people would be like, "Fuck it, I have to try that."
It's hilarious.
Holy shit.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that is performance art at that point. Oh yeah, that reminds me of your timer drink.
Yeah.
Remember
I have
the
a
timer
lot of
drink?
that. There is a lot of that shit going on. There's super avant-garde things happening in this brain. Dark Darts. There's a 4-year project where I have a spherification of. Well, I don't know if I should give it away online. Actually,
Yeah,
should
it's
I?
okay. Keep it in that beautiful brain of yours
All right.
for a little while.
I still have a dessert a dessert cocktail idea where it's like you eat your dessert cocktail, and then I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
But yes, some performance, like, honestly, isn't that part of the experience that you enjoy when you're, I mean, part of it's just the food and the good food, like when we have, like, pho and it's simple. But good, I'm so glad you're here for it. I love the other part where you, like, actually, like, feel like you're pulled into another place and that, oh, you just did that. I had a great class last week. And one of the participants emailed me afterwards and was like, you made that with my hands. Like, you gave me all the things, and, like, I felt like I was making a drink at a fancy restaurant, and, like, you gave me all those things. It was really cool to be able to, like, that kind of involvement. Holy shit.
What?
That's the amazing part. That's what gets people, like, to make a memory that they want to come back and
Sure.
redo it over and over again after that point. And spend more time with you and see where you can explore. And anybody who comes back for that, too, is even more, gets me even more excited, and then I can get them more excited, and we just play off each other. And then eventually we start a stream together. Oh wait,
Oh wait, that already happened.
that's John and I, but still. But that's how it works. It works well.
So I just found out you can like sign up for like a reminder when we do that countdown thing that I put on your thing.
I just got one alert
Yeah,
that
it
somebody
said
chose to
turned
do
on.
that. Turned
That's
on the
cool.
reminder, yeah.
I didn't know that that was a thing.
I didn't either.
We should do that from now on.
It'll help us keep track of time.
Well, no, not you.
Oh, my bad.
Reminder about what?
So you know when I've been putting the countdowns on Billy's like on the stories for Thirsty Therapy?
Oh,
You can set a reminder now in Instagram, so it'll remind you when it's that time, when the countdown's over, so that you can tune in.
Anyone can.
Yeah, anyone
based
can do
on
it.
that post, they
Nice.
can touch something
Yeah.
to remind them.
And someone did. That's nice.
That was nice.
Did they
I
chat
don't
today?
know. I didn't know who the person was.
I didn't know who the person was either, to be honest, John.
So
I didn't recognize them as far as like being a regular from our regular stream. They could be joining us, or they could have joined us earlier too,
Could have
and
just
just not.
watched,
Yeah,
too.
and just watched and not chatted. I think on average we have like a, what do we have, like an average of a third of the viewers chat, and then the rest don't.
yeah, I don't know, something like that. Sorry, I don't know.
Something like that.
Which happens. We gotta light more shit on fire, I guess, if we really want them
Maybe.
to stick around.
Well, I'll make a last-ditch effort to attract viewers by talking about this avocado smoothie.
Heyo!
It's time for dessert now.
Oh man.
Mm. sweet, condensed milk, creamy. This is a great dessert. Bree, you asked earlier what
Yes.
alcohol goes with it.
I mean, I kind of want to know with the coffee. We could do without. Now that you're drinking without the coffee, though, I want to know with and
He's
without.
got Turkish coffee liqueur still there.
But he doesn't have coffee in it.
Oh my god, I
But
do.
it's got
Oh,
but it has
the
coffee
coffee.
in it though.
Try
Don't
it.
forget,
Try
it does have caffeine, a little bit of caffeine in it. Is that cool?
No, we can't have caffeine. It's alcoholic. Alcoholic
Doesn't it, like counterbalance?
No, it's a look.
destroys the caffeine.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's true. It could negate it at this point.
Yeah.
It's this one.
I think the distillation removes the caffeine. No way.
You can just bring.
What did you grab though? I feel like I
grabbed Chinar because you said it earlier.
it just hit me the coffee part right when she was saying that.
However,
I might have to drive out tomorrow and get this.
so I'm out of the coffee liqueur that we had earlier on the stream, but I do have my coffee liqueur.
Wait, did you make it yourself?
New. No. So you had Vivacity,
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Right?
Turkish coffee liqueur. Yeah.
Turkish coffee liqueur, which is cool. I really like New Deal coffee liqueur. It's a little less sweet.
Yeah.
Ooh, that could be good.
It is good. That's a great one, and less spices and herbs in it. More just straight coffee.
Correct.
It
So
was New Deal. You're right.
let me get my avocado espresso. Wow, great idea. I was gonna go buy decaf beans and forget that. Let's get some alcohol.
Yeah.
Well, come on.
That's what this night
A little
needs.
bit more, right? We're never suffer. At least it's not Navy strength gin.
Oh my gosh.
Several Navy strength
Iterations.
gin iteration cocktails before and after
You're
streaming.
doing much better this week, thanks. I'm glad you guys are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Navy strength rum is so much better.
Right. For you and me, we're keeping hers. She's already out. Her Glencairn glass is already out.
Okay.
That looks pretty.
Ooh, that looks pretty.
I just want to point out that the way, I think they kind of lace the espresso in as they pour the drink, but you kind of get an idea of what it looks like when they serve it to you, and then you.
Oh. It's like an ant farm.
They,
of
they do put,
espresso.
they do put
An ant farm of espresso, yes.
love it.
This is all on top, but it's usually throughout.
I see sand
see here.
sculptures.
Oh
Like
yeah.
sand, I remember those as a kid.
That's kind of ant farmy.
Oh, that looked like a lot.
Oh, sorry.
No, don't be. Looked like a lot of coffee. Cafe Negronis to come.
Yeah, that.
Like, is that a mix?
Like an ant farm.
Is that how
It's
it?
about right. It's like that is my tasting notes.
I was thinking about trying to make like.
That is
boozy drinks.
really
Is
good.
Is it? Nice.
Oh my gosh, that's so
It's
exciting.
really good. The top off
That'd
just a little
go
bit
good
more.
with the
Just a
smoothie
little-
place. If we...
Oh my god. Okay, so I'm tempted to use the New Deal coffee liqueur from now on. Like to say, oh, forget it, I don't need their espresso anymore. I got this. However, mixing it yourself is sloppy. They really need to do it as they pour the drink for
They're
you.
very tight lids.
Oh, right there?
Yeah.
Right there, folks.
They're
You got it,
very
we did
tight
it.
lids. They work really well because they don't leak. But yeah, those are some toy tops. Or toy like a toiger.
That's exciting.
I can't wait to try it now.
I suppose maybe I could like decant this into another cup and then mix the coffee liqueur in.
Good.
You could.
Does it taste like what it normally tastes like when you get the espresso in it?
Not, it's close. That because the Vietnamese coffee is so strong. They brew it so strong, and I think it includes a little bit of sugar as well because it's just. I once asked them like, "Hey, can I?" There was a restaurant that wouldn't serve the avocado espresso that they have at Pho, Oregon. I think this was in California. I was like, "Can I recreate it? Can you give me just your plain black coffee, but no sugar?" because I'm going to add it to this thing that's already full of sugar. And they're like, I'm not giving you coffee without sugar. Our coffee's too strong.
You're like,
Are you crazy?
Are you crazy? This my order did not make sense to them.
I mean, because I think like some Vietnamese coffee, maybe it's Vietnamese coffee. I think Vietnamese coffee I have is like coffee and sweetened condensed milk, and like that is what you get.
What is
Like,
what is
that is Vietnamese coffee? Yeah,
Yeah.
I think. But
Yeah.
But it's probably a specific style of bean too, like
when it's really strong. Remember, like the
Cuban coffee, make you shit your pants.
All I know is it's better when it's on the menu.
yeah.
Right, then try to recreate it yourself.
You're like,
It's weird how that happens.
Yeah.
You're like-
I remember, you just made me flash back to this pho restaurant where I'm like spilling avocado with
oh my god.
with the
And you're
side
like,
of coffee. You ever just gotten a coffee at a pho restaurant? It comes with it automatically comes with the condensed milk,
Oh, that
right?
makes
And
sense.
it brews at the table.
Oh no, I haven't had it.
Do you know what I'm talking
I've had
about?
Turkish coffee like that, but I've never had Vietnamese coffee. I don't think like that.
It's sort of presented like a Turkish coffee, and
Moroccan, some kind of coffee.
but I mean it ends up really sweet. But they're I don't know. Yeah, it was just a mess. I made a mess.
So Uniebi says they use cafe du monde, which makes sense because then it has the chicory in it. So that was a totally different.
That gives you a lot more smoky, bitter.
Yeah.
It's a nice herb, smoky bitter
Yeah.
herb. In fact, I use it in some of the bitters that I have. I have chicory root.
That makes sense.
All right, Uniebi, as a fellow, pho Oregon stand, please tell me you've had the avocado espresso.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
maybe not in the last few months, but
You're the worst.
I just love them. I just love them.
I know.
Try to be so coy.
And then you did like that thing with your face that like negated the coyness.
I know. Anyway, maybe Uni Ebby had to step out for that particular one.
They're probably just trying to type.
Good combo.
Delay too.
Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
Oh.
Never have. Next time we will try it.
I know.
I love it.
I'm excited to try it. I almost drove back.
Yeah, Bree found out about it. Bree found out about
And then
it
I was
40 minutes
running out of
late.
time.
40 minutes after she left.
You should have it tomorrow.
Good. I could make
Thanks,
that
John.
happen.
First thing in the morning when
Just drive.
you're waking up bleary eyed from
From tonight.
all the drinks we had tonight.
Drive over there.
I'm hoping that we have like a good sense, a renewed sense of self. John, do you think there are any farmers markets? Anybody? Uni Ebby, Tartarts? Are there anybody know of any good farmers markets that are open tomorrow on Sunday instead of, or is everything closed
It's not
for
like
the season?
Farmer market time.
What are you looking for?
No,
He just
inspiration.
wants to go to the farmer's market.
Huh.
He's having urges. I don't know. We just play into it.
Sometimes they're amazing though when I just feed those.
John,
urges.
you'll have to go to the farmer's market with Billy at some point. It's pretty interesting to watch. He gets
And
really excited.
I'll understand
yeah,
then.
You would totally will.
We'd have a lot of fun. We would totally have a lot.
He's
of
like
fun.
the person that goes and is like inspired by everything, and then he comes up with all these like things and inspiration, and yeah, he it's good for him. I think everything's closed for the season.
I get excited for like seasonality and different things like that. Like right now, I'm like I know like I am having to recreate flavors based on the season. Not necessarily. There's not a ton of flavors coming out botanically at this part of the year. Does that make sense? Cherry blossoms, great thing. Sakura, not a ton of flavor though, right? So like, which Sakura is cherry blossom. Sorry, same one and the same, but like. Does Woodstock have a Sunday? I don't know. Bree, does Woodstock?
I'm looking.
Bree's on it. Thank you for that, Tarts. But yeah, like just different things like that, just to get your mind moving. Because like I said earlier, like sometimes you get very, next Sunday
Closed for
that'll
the
be good.
season.
Montevilla's opening up next
Sweet.
Sunday. That'll be good.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's usually like end of March, beginning of April that all of them start to open.
And I mean, I am not looking forward to throwing myself in thralls of fucking people either. To be
Outside,
perfectly
though,
frank,
you're okay.
but being outside and like walking around and like just trying to check stuff out, and even being peripheral and tasting a couple things, and Let's see. You got another. Well, yeah. See, I'm already ahead. It's hard again. My timeline's been thrown off too, John. Like I'm trying to think. Lavender, like Lavender Haven, which is a great lavender spot locally that does a lot of farmers markets. I don't think they start producing until end of May.
That's later than that, I think.
But not too much later. Yeah. Anyway. Got to get ahead of the flavor game to be able to bring stuff for not only like classes and team building things that I'm doing, but for all of our guests for our stream too, right, John? Like, I like to be ahead of the game and inspired. Sometimes I just need to go back to old notes, but
Okay. Yeah, I'm convinced. I want to go to a farmer's market with
it'd
you.
be fun.
It's fun.
It'd be totally fun.
It's an experience.
Especially when I'm not yelling at my kids.
Yeah, I was like, without our kids, it's an even better experience.
Stop playing on that! What are you eating? Come back here! No, you can't have ice cream.
We want to go to the playground. Why are we still here?
Please go. You
We
just said
love
we
the
go to
kids
the
driving.
playground.
Ooh, salt pickled sakura. Drop it.
Yes.
Tea. Yeah.
You're right. Super.
I want that.
It's super fantastic, but like not the most like. Yes. You and I can appreciate.
There are no
you and I can
blossoms
appreciate
yet.
those
What's up with
subtleties. No, that's actually a something that you can buy. I can buy year round because it's.
I know, but I was
salt
just
pickled.
thinking about that. Where are all the cherry blossoms?
There's-
Too
I
late.
bet. Nah.
Come on.
If plum blossoms are going, then cherry blossoms are almost done. Plum
Like
blossoms
next.
start coming after. Our
they're
plum
before.
tree just started going.
That's before.
Right? I mean, you kind of know what I mean. That, like, some of us would pick up on that. Like, I like Ichiko Shochu with one ume plum smashed in it. Well, one ko ume plum smashed in it. And hot water. I appreciate those flavors. But I don't know many other people. Like, as much as I would as far as a mainstream. I really want them to. Yeah. John, what do you think? Did you have a good time this week? You feeling right where you want to be?
Oh yes. This show is it's like a battering ram. I mean, so many different ingredients in the cocktail portion, and then
Yeah.
look at this.
Yeah, we're getting hammered by the ends of these, that's for sure.
Yeah, so much different flavor of food. Coffee with the avocado smoothie, beer, Smith and Cross, leftover root beer. Oh my gosh!
Is your stomach gonna hate you?
You're like overwhelmed. You're like, I have to stop.
What did Homer Simpson say? It was the most I ever threw up, and it was the best day of my life.
That's super fitting. I love it. That's awesome.
Yeah, that is super fit.
Yeah.
And better than Breeze.
Yeah, I'm
she
good.
didn't have the best time throwing up last time. So
No, it was
I'm happy to hear the. Maybe we should have more cohesion
Oh,
this time.
martini vomits.
No,
No, good.
no good.
Noted.
Yeah,
Noted.
noted.
Right? It's just as medicinal on the way back up as it was going down.
Alright, stop. Stop. It's too much. I can't take it.
Uni Abby, I'm so glad you get it. I love you. Well, John, I love you too. I had a good time.
Yeah,
I'm
it was
happy
a
I
fun
get to
night.
see your face, enjoy
Great.
all this. I'm so glad that we were able to skip a week. Thank you for being flexible. I really appreciate it.
So then when's our next stream?
2 weeks from today, is that what we're shooting for?
Yes. And we'll be doing another book, right?
We are doing another book. We're doing Botanist, right?
Ooh, fun.
The Drunken Botanist.
Yay.
Which also has different pages depending on whether you have the
Oh.
ebook or the. Keep that in mind
Oh.
because
Compare notes before.
Andrew gave us an. Oh, sorry.
Oh, right.
Kinderliv gave us a recipe that was on page 800
Oh,
and
that's
something,
right,
and
you,
I was
like,
like,
lost
"What
your
the
mind."
fuck is happening? Mine only has 300 pages."
Yeah.
Holy shit,
Yeah,
that was the hardest. I
266,
could
yeah.
not get my head around
You're
that.
like, what? I don't understand.
What book did he have? I don't see a lot of publishings.
You guys better
Yeah.
make sure you, like, compare notes.
Well, thank goodness we do. We got there at least. I
Oh, yeah.
guess kind of. Well, maybe a little late on this one, but
Yeah,
neither one of
but
us
you
thought it
learned.
was going to be the different. There was going to be anything different.
It's weird.
So weird. All right, everybody. Thank you all for sticking with us and hanging out there. Bree, you got anything to say? You want to say
No.
anything, Team Bree? Bye, y'all. Thanks
Team
for joining
Bree.
in. Bye, John. See you soon.
Wait, I didn't get to hear from Team Bree.
Uh
Team Bree,
oh. Drink water.
Drink-
Thanks, Tart Tart.
drink water.
I'm going to.
Drink water.
Good night. Love you guys.